question. I don't have any names on the screen here, so we're having some equipment snafus.
Okay, hang on. Maybe I connected to the wrong thingy.
Let's see. Some of our monitors, and Casey had to do what we call retake the board. Essentially, it's reboot the mixing console. No.
What?
No. And so it's kind of thrown everything off. But otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take phone calls at all if he didn't do that. So
I'll retake the board.
The question is this morning, what is a female donkey called? 215-263-WMMR, the number. I still don't have anything up, but can I just go to a phone line?
Yeah.
Oh, Marissa brought in. Let me go to, is it line 5? Yeah. All right, it's Matt. Let's try this out. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Morning.
All right, Matt. Nice. All right, Matt, what is a female donkey called?
A Jenny.
A Jenny. That is correct, sir. Yes, you got it. Hang on just a second. We'll get your information. I never knew that. They're called a Jenny.
Then is a male called a Gump?
It's a forest. And we're going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Mr. Brian Regan, and that's on the 14th at the Miller Theater in Center City, and some tickets remain. You can go to WMMR.com for more information.
Bye-bye, Jenny.
Bye-bye. All right, we're going to start with a story from the world of Stranger Things. Actor Noah Schnapp, best known for playing closeted teenager Will Byers on the Netflix show, is officially come out as gay in real life. He made this revelation through a video on his TikTok. The 18-year-old shared a video. The caption read, "When I finally told my friends and family I was gay after being scared in the closet for 18 years, and all they said was, 'We know.'"
You know, I had the same feeling when the announcement came through. Didn't he already come out? Because I just assumed.
I'd seen many interviews with him, and there was a way about him that you could
he's
tell.
Great.
Okay, he's wonderful, but I had a feeling that he might have that in common with his character.
The same thing happened with my buddy that we grew up with.
Yeah,
when he eventually came out after college, we were like, we know that. We've known that forever.
Was he also very tentative to do it and
here's the deal.
We knew already, man.
I'm pretty sure, and I've never talked to him about it afterwards, but I'm pretty sure he knew that we knew. But you have to remember, I have to remember that he was also there all the time, when we said inappropriate things. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And so when you hear those things coming out of your friends' mouths,
was it a massive sigh of relief when he found out you guys already sort of knew?
Probably. Probably.
What year do you think that was?
That he came out?
Yeah.
Probably around 98, 99.
It was harder then.
Yeah.
And good for Noah for being able to come out now. But and I think it is easier now. It's still a very personal thing.
Yes.
Even nowadays for Noah Schnapp. And it can be really difficult. And you might have family members that could be biased or whatever. So.
Sure. Yeah, but no, you're right about that. I think each year it gets a little less than what it used to be, which is a great thing. He said, what it never was that serious is what he wrote. It was never that serious. Quite frankly, we'll never be that serious. I guess I'm more similar to Will than I thought, he wrote in the caption. Throughout the show's run, Will's sexuality has been a question, specifically when Mike told his friend, and these are a little bit of spoiler thingies, but nothing crazy that ruins the show. He said Mike told his friend in the heat of an argument, "It's not my fault you don't like girls." And that's when they started to come forward in the plot line. Tom Hanks doesn't have a problem with Nepo babies. In fact, the Forrest Gump star says that entertainment is a family business.
How does he feel about Necco wafers?
They didn't ask him in this particular interview, but I got to believe he can take them from time to time. But leave it to Tom Hanks to put things so succinctly and frame things right. So he spoke with Reuters on Wednesday about the issue of nepotism when he was asked about having his 4 kids in the industry. He said, "Look, this is a family business." He said, "This is what we've been doing forever. It's what all our kids grew up in. If we were a plumbing supply business or if we ran the florist shop down the street, the whole family would be putting in time at some point, even if it was just inventory at the end of the year." And he said, "Doesn't matter what our last names are. We have to do the work in order to make that a true and authentic experience for the audience." So the bottom line is, I think he's saying is, look, if you're my son, but you're a lousy actor, it's not going to work.
The investors are not going to support your stuff.
Yeah.
Colin Hanks was really good in the Godfather series on A&E.
I didn't see it.
He played a studio executive who's a guy you kind of hate through 70% of it, and then he kind of turns around and becomes a guy you think is awesome.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Because every character, he's not the level of his dad, but every character I've seen him play has always been kind of a likable guy.
Yes,
you
not in
know?
this.
So I want to see that
yeah.
for sure. Is that in The Offer?
The Offer,
Okay,
yes,
cool.
on A&E.
All right. Bam Margera was actually pronounced dead during his December 2022 hospitalization, according to him. He told Steve-O on his latest episode of the Wild Ride podcast that he had, quote, a gnarly case of COVID and his body was shutting down when he was admitted to the hospital last month. He said, I went into 4 seizures, each one lasting 10 to 20 minutes. On the 4th one, I bit my tongue so hard that it had nearly fallen off. I got so swollen and puffy that it wouldn't fit in my mouth, and I was drinking the infected blood, which gave me pneumonia as well. He added that he was ultimately pronounced dead before being intubated on December 8th. He woke up 5 days later and stayed in the hospital for an additional 3. So maybe he stopped breathing or I don't know what. And also announced on that podcast is he's going to go on tour with Steve-O. It's just for like 5 or 6 dates or something.
I was
along those
so
lines.
happy to see that.
Yep.
So happy. And I commented on the Instagram post because Steve-O really, we had him in the studio just recently. I mean, this is one of his buds, and he really cares and has been looking for the entree into getting again in his sphere and helping Bam turn it around, because Bam was essential to turning Steve-O around.
I got to believe if those two stay close,
Yes.
like really close,
Right.
like being together all the time, that has to be nothing but a good experience for Bam.
You see how Steve-O is? I mean, you remember where he was and where he is now? It's
Yeah.
amazing.
I don't know if it's enough to turn his life around, but it certainly would have some positive effect, I would think. You know?
Yeah, I think it's important for him to be around like-minded people and see that somebody is having success, sober success.
Yeah,
and
especially somebody who was in a similar state.
somebody who was as gnarly as you were.
Yeah,
Yes.
and not just in the drug and party realm, but also just the weirdness of
Understands
that
the
crew.
world.
You know
Yes,
what I mean?
yeah.
Just the bizarreness of that jackass crew. So we're hoping good things for Bam. Would love to talk to him soon, see how he's feeling. Ireland Baldwin appears to be having a baby girl.
A little pig.
She referred. Hey,
When am I going to get to see the little pig?
you want to talk to Grandpa?
Hi, little pig.
She referred to the unborn baby by using female pronouns in a recent Instagram story where the model said, if one more person asks me to send a picture of my bum to them, I'm going to lose my mind because I don't have one. My child is so deeply nestled in there, and I'm tall, and there's just a lot of room for her.
She's like
in
6'1".
there. So
I mean, she's really tall.
the fact that she used the term her
Yeah.
to refer to the baby
Little pig.
has got all the tongues wagging about what sex the little pig is going to be.
She was funny during the roast of Alec Baldwin. She brought that up.
What do you remember the line? I didn't.
Basically,
see
she said now she could kick his ass.
it. The little piggy has come home.
Oh, for the actual call, yeah, you're a rude little pig.
Yeah. Whitney Carson from Dancing with the Stars has another baby on the way. She revealed the sex of her second child in an Instagram video on Wednesday. She and husband Carson McAllister are already parents to 2-year-old Leo. So they got a little baby dancer.
How
coming
many?
up.
So it's like Survivor, because there's 240 seasons of Survivor, but it hasn't been on for 240 years. So how many seasons of Dancing
I want to
with
say it's over 23. I think 23 is the number that pops in my head.
It seems like they were doing, at one point, and I'm probably wrong, but it seemed like they were doing 2 of those a year.
At one point, they did.
Yeah.
Yep.
31.
31.
Wow.
Okay.
Come on.
All right, so this is my last baby story, I believe, and then we'll move on to some other things. But Love is Blind alum
Love.
Jessica Batten and her husband Ben McGrath are expecting their first child together. So were they both on Love is Blind? I don't know.
That's what you would assume,
I
right?
would hope, right? You want to hope that there's real love in this story. By the way, that's
your wife is into that show, right?
yes. It's another one of those. She wrote on Instagram Thursday, New Year, same me, new mom.
So what's the premise? I have only seen promos for it. They're literally unable to see each other.
Yeah, they can't see each other, and it drags on for days.
Right.
They have this courtship.
Right.
And then, they'll propose without ever seeing each other, and then they meet each other, and then they take it from there.
Are they basically required to propose? Or
I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
I try not to know.
But here's the deal. I'm looking at pictures. They're good looking. So what the freak
Not
does
always.
it even matter? No? Are they?
No, they're
not
certainly
always.
not average.
Okay.
What's that, Nick?
They're not always good looking. I mean,
Yeah.
and they might not find the other person attractive too.
Yeah.
And Steve, yes, it's reality and it's sculpted reality and all the things that you hate, but there are occasionally interesting characters, so you sort of get attached to their storylines.
All right.
You watch this too?
No, I'm in the same boat as Preston. My girlfriend watches it, so therefore when it's on TV,
You catch collateral.
Yeah, exactly. It's what's that line in Pulp Fiction? My girlfriend's a vegetarian, which pretty makes me a vegetarian too, And that's how I feel about shows like this.
You're spot on. You pick up this residual leftover stuff, and somehow she's pretty stunning. I'm looking at some photos on her Instagram account.
And he's a good-looking guy too.
Yeah. So they got a baby on the way. This comes out about 4 months after the couple eloped at a courthouse in Santa Barbara, California. All right. Jeremy Renner has his family by his side in the ICU last week following the snowplow accident. An Instagram story that was posted yesterday showed him getting a scalp massage from his sister in a video. Steve and I were watching it.
It was great to see that.
Yeah, he looks happy as you can be in that situation, but his eyes are so swollen.
Yeah.
He looks like Rocky.
He does, yeah.
After, the end of the first movie, eyes.
You want me to snowplow your too?
Can you see with your eyes like that even?
Cut me, Mick.
Yeah.
I want to go out and shovel.
So he wrote, ICU spa moment to lift my spirits. Thank you, Mama. Thank you, sister. Thank you for all of your love.
And he was joking, and what he encountered, what he endured was pretty dramatic.
Yeah.
And that he's making jokes and in good spirits is wonderful.
Yep. 3 months after it was released, the FIFA 23 players have just uncovered a series of Easter eggs that feature Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. In
Yeah,
yes.
it's great.
So the Hollywood Legends own National League side Wrexham AFC, which was included in FIFA 22 via the, quote, rest of the world category and returned for the 2023 edition. However, Reynolds and McElhenney themselves also appear to offer some good-natured barbs, according to Rob. Rob starts it off in one Easter egg, talking about Premier League side Liverpool during a pregame message. He said, well, this is a special club. This is a big club versus a very small club. And then Ryan says, a giant club versus a minuscule improvisational version of a football club, before revealing they were actually talking about Liverpool. Another takes place as Wrexham takes on EFL League, two-side Stockport County, who were promoted ahead of Wrexham at the end of last season. And Rob says, well, this is one of our main rivals from our first season as co-chairman of the club. And then Ryan says, yeah, they got promoted over us last season. Still a little bit bitter about that, but feel free to deliver Stockport County 31 flavors of humiliation and don't hold back. They shared the news on Twitter, and Rob went on to deny that they were insulting Liverpool. He said, just good-natured barb between two massive clubs. It's yet to be revealed if there are any other Easter eggs featuring Rob and Ryan.
It's an incredibly popular game. And I assume they're doing a second season of Welcome to Wrexham, right?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Last year it was confirmed FIFA 23 had the series' most successful launch ever. It is the final installment in the long-running football video game series, which is set to be renamed EA Sports FC.
Wow. Your microphone just died. What happened?
Oh,
No,
he has.
it's gone.
So nothing on that side of the board.
Come on over, guys. The water's warm.
Mine's not either.
Steve.
Kathy, what happened?
It's me and you.
Come on over, guys. Kathy will share.
Welcome to the Steve and Kathy show.
What the hell happened? What about the guest mics?
I can hear you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys can't hear yourselves.
So it's
No, I can't hear myself at all.
yeah, and we can't hear you guys.
No, I can't hear you. I can hear Kathy.
Yeah, hey,
Her
Steve.
voice is beautiful.
Thank you. Yours is too.
Thank you.
Try these other mics over here.
I hear you now.
All right, I have a mic over
That's the
here.
other ones.
But I wonder if our listeners, Casey is in the other room,
He's saying-
so that they can hear us fine. What's that? I'm on a different mic. Hi, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Move the guest mic.
What did they do in What did they do in here yesterday? That all
they
of
did
this is
something.
happening, right?
No. So the board, as I said at the beginning of this break, we had to quote unquote reboot the board. As I was sitting there talking about this story, everything went off.
Yeah.
And then it came right back on. As soon as it came back on, the microphone stopped working. So that's
I know,
really
but I feel
weird.
like this usually happens after they do like a little work in here or
Well,
something.
when we go away on vacation. However, when we came back,
It was-
everything was fine.
It was good, yeah.
Were there people in here yesterday?
I don't know. That's what I was asking.
I always look to see which one of my figures has been rearranged. And
Where is
that's
it?
how I know.
Try that microphone.
I was here until 5 o'clock last
Yeah,
night,
Reese.
and nobody was ever here.
All right.
All right.
So it's a gremlin.
I'm gonna hit a button here.
All right. Nope. Still,
I'm hearing
We
it's still
heard
the
it.
same.
like a residual hum now.
Okay. All right. Well, anyhow, while these guys are wiring mics and
Want me to
stuff
get my
like
ratchet
that,
set?
No. I can go through a little bit more. So they're going to rename FIFA 23 EA Sports FC from next year, following the end of EA's partnership with FIFA. So they
This is so weird. You've got the largest collection of microphones of any broadcaster.
I know.
It's like when they used to do the old the coverage, with and there'd be like 90 microphones with mic flags in front of the people.
All right. Hang on a second. I need your hand.
Casey's getting a mic.
No.
1, 2, 2. Yeah, it works.
Okay, where am I? Am I hanging this in Preston's thingy?
No, that's for you.
Oh, this-
I have a
Everyone
mic.
gets a mic.
All right, Preston's got a mic. All right,
Everybody,
You
but
get a mic.
Oh, here,
Okay.
Nick.
Why don't you
wanna
share?
So
Yeah.
here's just real quick. I want to peel back the curtain. The apparently the live stream was activated last night at like midnight or something like that. Which talking to Kyle, there's like 2 different like hoops that need to be jumped through. Right, one of those hoops needs to be done in this like suite in this building.
That's
right?
what I was saying. Somebody had to have been in here last night.
Also, I have this little bank of library music.
Right.
And in the one bank, I always have one thing typed up here. We call them dialing mixes.
Right.
When I came in here this morning, dialing mixes weren't up. It was some weird random like group. So somebody was in here. last night.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Came in at night. I'm going to buy some security cameras.
Maybe it's just because I watched Enola Holmes the other day, but I changed your dialing mix because I had to edit the best of.
Oh.
So I will change it back to dialing mix next time.
Okay.
It was
What does that have to do with Enola Holmes?
Because it's on Netflix.
It's on
And she
Netflix.
just signed a big contract with Netflix.
Yeah.
She did.
Yes, she did.
Congratulations.
It's called a new series called Studio Gremlin.
Okay. I have another story, Casey. This is one I teased.
Yay!
That I think that you will appreciate.
Glad I have a microphone.
It is taken.
Nick, you just have to sit this one out.
You can if you
You can use mine.
If something important comes up, just yell.
All right.
Because
He's
we know
loud.
you're
Yeah.
loud.
You could Lennon and McCartney it on one mic.
Yeah?
Yeah. All right. May I? I want to share the story. I'm excited to see how Casey reacts to
All right,
this.
all right.
All right.
So it's taken over 40 years to get a sequel. 42 years, actually. But Mel Brooks's hilarious film History of the World Part 1 will have its sequel.
Ah.
Finally. So it hit theaters in 1981. And the aptly named History of the World Part 2 is finally set for release, Casey.
Okay, I saw this the other day, so it is really going to happen. Is it going to have the things like Hitler on Ice and Jews in space?
It remains to be seen. So,
Okay.
So to get the excitement rolling, Hulu has just released several first-look images ahead of its release this spring. The long-awaited sequel will be actually, Casey, an 8-part series instead of a film like the original.
All right, so that actually is better for it because I think there was a magic to the first way, but now you can actually take each episode and focus on one point in history.
My brother got me that for Christmas one year. It was on VHS. I had never even heard of it before. He's like, you didn't even hear of it? I'm like, no. And I didn't know what to expect, so I didn't know it was just a series of basically
vignettes,
vignettes, if you will. Yeah.
I will tell you this. I think like Spaceballs and History of the World I love them. But they are in Mel Brooks' catalog, they're lesser films, you know, and then there are ones that became lesser than these, like Men in Tights and the Dracula movie that he did.
Yeah.
But these were still pretty damn funny.
It's
I
funny,
like them.
yeah, because years ago I had, listen, I didn't really know what I was doing on the air, and I just wanted to say how much I love Spaceballs, and I proclaimed that Spaceballs was the greatest movie of all time. And it was something that you guys had really harped on for many, many years. In fact, it probably still comes up. But I think I like History of the World Part 1 way more
than Spaceballs. Wow, okay.
I do.
So the series will feature a variety of sketches that take place throughout the span of history. The new series will star Mel Brooks himself alongside Wanda Sykes, Nick Kroll, and Ike Barinholtz. So
Very
it's
nice.
It's a nice group of people.
We got to get Ike Barinholtz back on because if they're, I'd like to hear what happened on set and all that stuff.
Yeah.
He's a great guest.
So, though the details regarding the varied segments are currently under wraps, the series will take viewers to such time periods as the building of the pyramids, through the Civil War, and, of course, beyond. The original film also featured Brooks in several different roles and showed such situations as a sexually frustrated caveman, a chase through ancient Rome, and a musical Spanish Inquisition. The original film was never intended, they're never intended to be a sequel. It was based on Sir Walter Raleigh's The History of the World, Volume 1. That's from that.
Yes.
Though the first film did include a teaser for a possible sequel, such as what Casey was talking about, Hitler on Ice and Jews in Space, but it's unclear whether either of those sketches will come to fruition. Brooks wrote and directed the first film, and also serves as writer and executive producer on the sequel series. Now, some of the first look images do seem to nod to the original, Casey, and maybe... Well, this is where the tease might come in with Hitler on Ice and so on. There's an image of Sykes, Barinholtz, and Kroltz standing in front of an ice rink while doing commentary. Could that be them commenting on Hitler's triple axel? Maybe.
Okay.
Another image shows Barinholtz as Trotsky pointing in a particularly festive piece, or to a festive piece of communist propaganda that features some cheerful proletarians surfing on a crimson wave. And also another shows Sykes as Shirley Chisholm, the first black candidate from a major party running for president of the United States, doing a dance number. And then the final first look shows Kroll pushing a cart for a delivery service called Putz Mates. And he's delivering mud pies to Russian revolutionaries.
So I hope that they all had a hand in writing as well.
Yeah.
Because that would be good.
Yep. I loved the Spanish Inquisition so much. I knew it and probably still do know it all by heart. But so when I was, real quick story. When I was in high school, I visited my brother in college, and he went to Ursinus, and they had this thing called the Mr. Ursinus pageant.
Right.
And my brother's buddy, they had a talent section, and for his talent, he did the Steve Martin King Tut.
Right.
All right, so fast forward 4 years later, when I'm a senior, I'm I want to do the Spanish. I want to be a Mr. Ursinus. You have to be nominated, right? A sorority has to, and I was going to do the Spanish Inquisition, and I never got nominated.
Oh, no.
Nobody nominated. I was like, what in the actual F? And I was like,
Did you try to campaign for it at all, or you were just hoping?
No, I guess I was just hoping,
Okay.
But
That one of the girls would.
Yeah,
You
I
and-
thought I would get nominated. I thought I was a shoo-in to win the contest because it wasn't about who's the
Looks?
biggest buffest. Yeah, it wasn't
Right, yeah.
that. It was more about who's got the best show,
Spirit and fun,
Spirit, yeah,
and all that stuff.
And I didn't get nominated.
Should we
I know,
make his dream come
yeah.
true?
I think so, yeah.
No, I didn't. No, I'm too old now.
You don't want to perform?
Yeah, I'm too old for it now.
Okay. All right. Well, Mel Brooks was probably older than you when he did it.
Nah, you're probably
Absolutely,
right.
yeah.
All right. Well, I'll do it, but only if Kathy does the swimming portion
Right,
of
the
the Spanish.
synchronized-
That's right.
There's
Yeah.
synchronized swimming.
Is there?
Yes.
Yes, there is. The nuns.
Yeah.
Bring in the nuns.
Yes. It's so great.
It's a tribute to Busby Berkeley, who used to have all those water movies.
Yep. All right. Moving on, a couple more quick stories. Leslie Jones will be the first guest host of The Daily Show when the comedy series returns from hiatus during the week of January 17th. E-News reports that the aforementioned Wanda Sykes will be one. D.L. Hewley, Chelsea Handler, and Sarah Silverman will take the reins behind the desk at some point during the season. Vince McMahon plans to return to the WWE.
You knew that was going to happen.
He retired last year amid a misconduct probe and still controls the company through his ownership of Class B shares. The founder and former CEO informed the WWE board of directors that he plans to name himself executive chairman of the company and former executives George Barrios and Michelle Wilson as new board members. So that's going to happen at some point.
You're fired.
And then the final bit of news, Saturday Night Live will kick off the new year with Aubrey Plaza and Michael B. Jordan.
Nice.
The White Lotus and Emily the Criminal Star will host the series premiere on January 21st, and the Creed actor will headline the January 28th episode.
I love Aubrey Plaza.
Yeah. Did you watch Emily the Criminal? I ended up watching it.
No,
it's
but
a movie.
I definitely want to see it. And she's very dramatic, and I understand she turns in a great performance.
She does.
Yeah.
All right, it's Friday. Can we play the Friday movie?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we can.
Our studio's falling apart. If you just tuned in, we're having microphone issues. Nick doesn't. Hey, Nick, how you doing over there? I'm pretty good. All right,
No.
Try it now.
How about this?
Yay!
Marissa rigged up microphones for us, but they are not the microphones we usually use, and they're halfway across the studio.
The equipment may be falling apart, but aesthetically, the room itself is glorious.
Stop it. That's falling apart, too. There are literally things falling off of the
They're
walls
popping off the wall now, the
in
metal
this
strips.
studio.
You know, and to have all this happening on Meatball and Meatloaf Day.
I know.
Yeah.
It's an affront
Yeah.
to various
listen,
meats.
It balances we have this great thing with the meatballs and meatloaf coming
Yeah.
in, and then we have to balance it with some
All right.
negatives.
I'm embarrassed.
So, but it is. It's what's happening. All right, so here we go. All right, opening this weekend are Megan, horror sci-fi starring Allison Williams, Violet McGraw, and Ronnie Chang. Megan is a marvel of artificial intelligence, a lifelike doll programmed to be a child's greatest companion and a parent's greatest ally. Designed by brilliant toy company roboticist Gemma, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Megan can listen and watch and learn as she becomes a friend and teacher, playmate, and protector. The child is for the child that she's bonded to. When Gemma suddenly becomes the caretaker of her orphaned 8-year-old niece Katie, Gemma's unsure and prepared to be a parent. Under intense pressure at work, Gemma decides to pair her Megan prototype with Katie in an attempt to resolve both problems, a decision that will have unimaginable consequences. So it's an hour and 42 minutes long, rated PG-13. Wide release today, gets a big score with Rotten Tomatoes at 95%.
That's
Yep.
pretty amazing.
Wow.
People are saying that, Nick, you were pointing out that you were laughing that it has a ton of knowing humor in it.
Yeah.
And it is, in fact, very funny as well as horrifying.
Good, because it looks like there's a lot of tongue-in-cheek and humor involved that way. So I'm glad that it is actually funny.
All right, here is the next movie, The Old Way. It's a Western and action film. It stars Nicolas Cage, Ryan Kira Armstrong, and Clint Howard. Colton Briggs is a cold-blooded gunslinger turned respectable family man. When an outlaw and his gang put Colton and his family in peril, Colton is forced to take up arms with an unlikely partner, his 12-year-old daughter. In this action-filled film that builds toward its fateful showdown with pulse-pounding suspense, it is running time is an hour and 35 minutes. Rated R, in theaters today, streaming January 13th. It gets a Rotten Tomatoes score at 36%. Yeah, so not so great. All right, clips. I have no idea.
We can do it. We got you.
Bro.
All right, a college professor and his family's comfortable suburban life is upended when a nearby chemical leak causes the airborne toxic event in white noise. Here, star Adam Driver explains why this movie feels so applicable today. All right.
Things that are really well made, I feel like, are always relevant. You know, Death of a Salesman is always relevant. You know, Sweet Smell of Success is always, relevant. I think this book is specific and well crafted, well written, so it'll always be, I think, relevant. About a big idea.
I don't think I want to see it.
Yeah, I gave up on it.
White Noise is now out on Netflix. Yeah.
I gave it the good old college try. I couldn't. It just was, the pacing sucked ass.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sucked.
Why did they say that in the promo?
I had a real problem with the pacing and
is this the Noah Baumbach movie?
Yes.
Yeah, so he's a little off. It's
what
like,
has he done that I would maybe?
I don't
have
know,
heard
but
of
like
before?
if you know how like if you don't like a Wes Anderson movie, you really don't like a Wes Anderson movie.
Yeah, it's got a certain style to it.
Very
that just
much
doesn't
that.
appeal to you. Okay.
Yeah, and so Noah Baumbach's movies are the same way. They're really arty, Casey.
Okay.
So like you have to either be enormously patient or it's not.
Yeah, I don't
gonna
have
go
the
for-
patience.
Yeah.
Or immobile.
Yeah.
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 All
Can't
right.
get out of the chair.
Here's the next clip. Hold on. There we go.
There we go.
Sorry, the hand that I used to turn the volume up and down is now 6 inches out of my reach to the fader here. So I'm doing what I can.
Bear with us.
If you just tune in, we're all over the place today. We're having
But
technical
we're
problems.
okay.
All right. A group of workers on a remote Scottish oil rig are due to return to the mainland when a mysterious fog cloaks them in the rig. In this clip, star Emily Hampshire discusses being part of a collective on set. Hit it.
Being an actor is like going away to camp, and you are in this bubble of that world, and you're suddenly instant friends with the new people you meet, but you will be going away. And if you've done it enough, you know that you have to be okay with that.
Oh, shut up, woman.
The rig is out today on Amazon Prime Video.
I think I want to see that.
There you go. All right, that's the entertainment report for you this morning. All right, so yeah, if you just tuned in out of nowhere in this segment, our microphones stopped working. At least 3 of them did, which is really weird. Mine, Casey's, and Nick's. And as I look on the board here, the mixing console, like they're not even next to each other. It's not. It doesn't make any sense. So anyhow, we've had to switch over to these guest microphones, which actually are across the room. And it puts me in a very bizarre, like I'm now
You're your own guest.
I'm facing away from Steve.
Just take this. Take that, and I'll figure it out.
Okay, we'll try and figure this out. So now I got a handheld mic.
And now you have your own mic stand blocking you.
Yeah. All right, I got to move
You
this.
know, for a while, though, Preston, you were moving things around, and I thought you guys could do synchronized mic stands.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all they move around, and it's amazing.
That's true. But now I feel like a nightclub host or something like that. I'm holding my microphone.
What's your name? Where are you folks from?
You guys look fabulous today.
Hey, pretty lady.
Give yourselves a round of applause this morning. Yeah, you guys look lovely. You look wonderful. Y'all look so lovely today. All right, so we're gonna try and figure this out. I'm sure calls to Rodney have already been placed, but we will take a quick break and see if we can work this stuff out. We do.
Where are you folks from?
Yeah. We do have a couple of guests on the show this morning. Joining us on the program this morning will be Dr. Vincent and Nurse Natalie, the doctor and nurse who revived another fan of the Eagles Saints game on Sunday.
Keep going.
I can segue into that. Thank you. It's wonderful to see you guys here. Tip bartenders, waitresses will be back in just a moment. Stay with us for the Preston Steve Show this morning.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it on. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter. Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that it came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
What?
You can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction. Yeah. That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
you
bro.
just stick a phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story. On my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, exactly, to listen to something through it, it was just terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has renewed.
And now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jimmy Gosevsky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
Having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And
it's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She speaks so quickly.
Oh my God!
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. So Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogen Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know.
You know,
change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogen Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
Says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh my God, Casey. Her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah.
Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her
she has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the...
oh, yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in...
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable...
She's in Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogen Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogene Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. You remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number one on the list.
Number one.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've done that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747, and most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight.
no guess.
All right, no guess. You have no guess.
I think it's got to be about, because by the time you take off and you land, I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Come on. Stop it.
Wow.
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island.
You can't, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting
In 10
health.
seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign. Around the cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that, I'll put it back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and
Welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
And island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have
Stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, all right, I gotta hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through.
WMMR.
I just realized the poetry of this moment because while we were spending, there was like 30 seconds left and we're getting the microphones and trying to rewire everything. And I took a video behind the scenes in the studio. While we were doing that, the song Under Pressure was playing from Queen.
That was an accident.
So it all comes
worked
together
out.
Like that. So, yeah.
So now all the original mics work?
Yeah, the mics are working now.
Welcome back.
So I had to unplug. Marissa went and got all these XLR cables and unhooked our guest microphones and rehooked them up and wired them over to the main microphones. We're trying to untie knots and all this stuff.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
Our pets' heads were falling off during that segment, and we come back on the air, and then Casey plugs one thing in, and they all work again. So
I was like, oh, I can unplug this because my mic doesn't even work. And when I unplugged it, I actually heard the pop. I was like, well, that shouldn't be the case. Okay.
All right. Well, we all work together.
Hey!
Our pets' heads are falling off. I don't know if the other things that weren't working will work. We'll have to see. It looks like the Vox Pro is still not working, Case. So
no, it's not.
We'll worry about that in a little bit.
Okay. Listen,
Not
we're
as
making lemon. What are we doing? We're making lemons out of lemonade.
No, the other way.
Meatballs out of meat.
We're
Strike
going
that
backwards. Yeah.
And reverse it. We're making meatballs out of meat. All right. Or meatloaf out of
lemonade.
meatballs. Meatloaf out of meatballs.
Yes.
You do
Yeah.
that too.
Oh, gross.
We're going to have Nick's mom's meatloaf a little bit later on. Kathy hates meatloaf. Casey hates meatloaf. We're gonna
Here's the
try to
deal.
bring
I
them around.
wonder
What?
if Kathy, if we were to
Make love?
yes,
Yes.
Ew.
Ew.
That is beyond
Would you
ew.
rather do that or eat meatloaf, Kathy?
I will eat the whole loaf.
The whole thing is Kathy loves meatballs.
Yeah.
And we're like, even though they may be seasoned differently, they're very, very similar.
They're not.
Meatloaf
But I'm
and
wondering if we
meatballs.
cut them up a little bit, and if she could even tell the difference.
Oh, why don't you do that? Put them on
Side
two
by
different
side.
plates.
Blind
Two different
taste
plates.
test.
Blind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Two different plates, and I'll tell you.
I'll gore out your eyes with a pen.
No, you don't. You could just put a blindfold.
Oh,
on.
okay.
yeah, that makes
yeah.
way more sense.
Oh,
That
I
way she
like
can
that.
see afterwards.
All right, we'll try that later on. Stick around for the exciting
Yeah,
conclusion
make sure you call up all your relatives.
of Meatloaf Friday. Meatball Friday.
I know one person who's excited. My
Me?
mom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Steve too.
Yeah.
But I talked to my mom yesterday, and for whatever reason, she's very concerned that Steve likes it. And I was like, no,
Aw.
Steve really likes your cooking. My mom's
Yeah,
a
I
good
do.
cook.
She's a good cook.
And she's made the meatballs for us before, so this time around it was mostly so Kathy could try them. But my mom was like, make sure that Steve likes them. And I was like, I'm pretty sure he's going to be all right with it. So
Well, I don't want to
Kathy's
offend
that
her,
floozy you sit next to.
but I don't want to offend you, Betsy. So just know that I don't like meatloaf.
Well, I
Yes.
was thinking the same
good.
thing.
Yeah.
yeah, she won't take it personally.
Okay, good.
All right, we'll dive further into the meatloaf subject in a little while.
All right.
But I want to talk about something else because later on this morning, we're going to have Dr. Vincent and Nurse Natalie on. They were the ones at the Link who revived a person who was in, we assume, cardiac arrest. And it just so happened that Dr. Vincent was dressed in his mummer's outfit at the time, face painted, sunglasses,
Yep.
the whole thing. But one of the interesting parts of the story, they haven't identified who the patient is. But apparently, after that person was revived, Dr. Vincent said the first thing out of his mouth was, "What's the score of the game?"
Right.
Is the first thing that comes out of his mouth. And it kind of got us on a chat last night of have you ever yourself passed out or been incapacitated like that, and you came to and you said something odd that was the first thing out of your mouth, or if there are medical professionals or EMTs or anybody that works as a first responder that has seen someone wake up and then the first thing they say after they're revived.
They've got to hear stuff like that constantly. I remember I was thinking back when I passed out.
Yeah.
I gave myself that what do they call it?
But you didn't remember waking up,
Kathy,
right?
I only remember a pause, and I remember standing here and all of you looking at me, and then I was thinking, why am I not able to get a handle on the timeline here? And none of what had happened. I passed out. I was coughing. None of that is in my memory. So to come out,
I know it. The first thing you said coming out of it was your name because that's what I was asking you.
Oh, okay.
Stephen Michael Morrison.
That's right.
Yes.
Did you say the full name?
Yeah.
Did he give me a confirmation name? I picked Paul because I like the Beatles.
When Nick passed out in the main studio, the first thing he said when he woke up, I think was, "I love the spaghetti dish at Rosalie Restaurant."
That's right. You remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah, and I didn't want to get a plug in.
Yeah.
I was, that was not intentional.
You said I never had cockles before, but it was in my spaghetti at
Rosalie.
Right.
Here, anytime. So I've passed out a couple of times, and I always think when I wake up that I didn't actually pass out. Like I feel like I was going to, but I didn't. And each time they're like, "No, you were out. You passed out."
That's what I had. I would have thought you were lying, but there was enough evidence to suggest that I had passed out.
But like I remembered, so the one that I remember specifically was when I was with my brother when they gave him his cancer diagnosis,
right?
And I passed out.
Yeah.
They gave and
you were
I passed
overwhelmed.
Wait, so they have me laid out on the bed in
Your
the
brother has cancer.
My brother has testicular cancer. I'm now laid out on the bed, and I wake up and he's over me holding my hand, and he goes, and I look at him, I go, "Are you okay?" And he starts laughing. He goes, "Are you okay?"
Oh man, it's never happened to me. I don't remember any words that either I've said after fainting has said or seen anyone. But there's a story. There was a guy at my high school. Casey, you've been to my high school.
I have.
Football stadium there, and there's a road that goes behind the stadium, goes between the junior high and the high school. And there was a fateful morning. This guy, Dave Raduzzi, the Doozer.
The Doozer.
Was on the way to school, and he went tearing down that road behind the stadium. Something happened. He got out of control. The car flips around and slammed into the stadium.
I was supposed to see this, but
there's still a chunk of.
We didn't have time. We needed to get to our next thing, but but Steve wanted to show me where he crashed into the.
So he hit the stadium. It flips over into this area that's off the road, and there's smoke billowing up and everything. And my friend Howard, my best friend at the time, was the first one over to the car. And Doozer apparently was passed out, and then he leans over. He opened up his eyes. He spit blood out, and my buddy Howard, his nickname was H.
Right.
And the first thing out of his mouth was, "Morning, H." I think it was our senior year. So that was a classic first words.
I had an appendectomy in France. I've told you guys this story before, and I was 14 years old, and my French was not very strong when it happened. My French is okay now. But
you were wearing a beret that said Rusty, right?
I was, yeah. No, but I mean, you guys have heard the story. But I passed out in the Eiffel Tower. I was really ill, and I was 14.
Traumatic.
And so I woke up from right after the operation. And if you, appendicitis is one of those. It's very strange. It's really, really painful, and the pain is internal. And when the appendix was removed, I felt that pain had disappeared, right?
Yeah.
So I had just had surgery and been cut open, but the pain of the appendicitis was gone. And I asked the doctor in French, I said, "C'est fini?" And that means, is it finished?
Yeah.
And I was only 14, and I was like, looking back on them, I was like, I was pretty proud of myself for saying that in French.
Yeah,
Écoutez.
That was right. Écoutez, répétez. But that was the first and only thing that I said, Steve, and then I passed right back out, and I woke up like 6 or 7 hours later from the the anesthesia.
This is from Bob from Paulsboro. He says, "When I was an EMT, I hit a guy with Narcan. He came around. The first thing he said was, 'Batman?'"
Because you're that level of disorientation.
That's great.
Yeah.
Here's another one that says, "Got knocked out during a motocross race. Was out 3 minutes. Woke up. First thing I asked is, 'Where's my bike?' Ran across the track and finished."
No.
Said,
Wow.
Paramedics came and found me in the pits to check me for a concussion, and they cleared me for the second moto.
They clearly would not have recommended that he finish that.
Yeah, I guess maybe he just got up
Just
and
bolted,
went,
yeah.
After that, there are a number of texts that are calling him. Where was this one? All right, I'm gonna go to some calls. By the way, 215-263 WMMR. If you want to share your story about first things said after coming to. I'm gonna go to Steve. Hey, Steve. Morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Nothing much. You guys rock.
Thank you. All right. So, what was your situation? Where did you get knocked out?
No, I had to go in for emergency surgery. I ruptured an artery.
Ooh, yikes.
Okay.
They made me take everything out, my tongue ring, nipple ring, everything. So the first thing I screamed when I came out of anesthesia was, "Oh, my nipples!"
Oh, my nipples.
Re-pierced.
Oh my God.
You had to get them re-pierced?
No, I thankfully they didn't close up. But
Okay. But you were concerned about
I'm
that.
glad that's what you were worried about after your artery burst.
hey, I mean, listen, it's important. Okay?
I get you. All right, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
My nipples are very sensitive.
In the movie, I know he doesn't get knocked out or anything like that, but in the movie, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Every time that George Clooney's character wakes up,
Right.
the first thing he says is, my hair. It's like every time, it's my hair. Let me see. I'm going to go to Kim. Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Kim?
So I had in college donated blood, which I had done before. I donated in the morning. I had lunch, did the things, went to worked at Bath and Body Works, was opening a box and unloading it and felt really faint, ended up passing out, woke up strapped to a gurney in the back of an ambulance, looked over to my right, and there was an EMT. He looked up at me, and I just said, "Oh, hello."
Hi. As if it was natural.
Right. And then he had to tell me what happened because I said, "Oh, what's going on and where am I going?"
That's a weird thing when you go through the event, you are not recalling any of it, and you have to rely on other people to tell you what happened.
Yeah, you know what? I'm trying to recall times that I did wake up disoriented and not known what the hell was going on. You know what? I have it on video somewhere of me when I went up in with the Blue Angels.
Yes.
And we did the last hard turn called a minimum radius turn, and I passed out. I do have first words. I think I eventually said, "Was I out?"
Yeah.
But that wasn't the first thing I said. But he's like, "I'm okay," or something like that. I don't remember. But I don't remember speaking. I saw it on video, and I remember. I know it from that.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing to have. Basically, edit and delete a chunk of your timeline.
Yeah, so we do have that audio press.
Okay.
I got to send it over to.
Okay. We had, my son's friend had a seizure at our house and revived. And the way it was explained to me is when you're out and you're coming back to, in some occasions, it's almost like your brain it's like restarting your computer.
Yes.
Like things come on one at a time.
And your mouse works.
They come back online. Like first you might be able to see things but not hear, or you might be able to hear but not speak.
Right.
These things are being rebooted essentially in a certain sequence, and it's really weird how that happens. Let's see. I will go to, let me go to line 3, and it's Greg. Hey, Greg, good morning.
Good morning.
What's happening, Greg?
So when I was in college, sorry, my dog is in the background whining. When I was in college, I woke up in the middle of the night, felt like somebody gave me a swift kick to the you know what.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh man, I got to go to the ER. This is not going away. It's one of them ballooned up. So it turns out I had some issue where I needed to get emergency surgery, and they went in saying we might have to remove it. We're not sure. We're going to try to repair it. We might have to remove it. So I wake up after surgery, and the nurses. I'm laying on the table, and there's a nurse there. I'm like, are they both there? Are they both there?
Are they both there?
Oh my God.
And they're just laughing at me. I'm in tears. I'm like, are they both there?
My nuts.
They found it hilarious, and one was like, they're both there, hon.
That's hilarious.
Very good. Very good.
Man, were my testicles black.
I love it. Thanks. And maybe it's one of the last things that you were thinking about.
Sure. Right. That would be first. So in this case, we had, do we win the game?
Yeah.
So and then
DeMar Hamlin said the same thing.
He wrote it down.
Yeah, right,
but still the same thing.
It, yeah.
You're right. Let me go next to Dave. Hey, Dave. Good morning.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Hey, bud. So we were talking about what you say after being revived, and what was your situation?
So I was in the 4th grade, just got done playing a championship football game, and I dislocated my elbow. So I went to the hospital, and when I woke up, my first words were, "Where's the ugly nurse?"
Oh, my God.
I'm over here.
Oh, no.
my mom was absolutely appalled, and the
we
room I
lost
kept calling ugly. She quit on the spot.
No.
The nurse?
The nurse you called ugly quit right there?
She was like, "That's it, I'm done," and walked out.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Oh, the poor
That's it. I'm done with this place.
So you were the last straw for her.
Would have been funny if you were talking about somebody else.
Yeah, right. What if it was a different ugly nurse?
What was she like hideous? Like why did you
No, I was just messed up on the drug and the knockout drug, and I had no idea. And apparently, the next person to walk in the room was my mom's best friend, and she was also another nurse. And she goes, "Yeah, what'd you call that lady?"
Wow. And she quit. There must have been other stuff at work other than someone coming out of
Or maybe-
a traumatic situation, or unless she's heard it every day.
That's what I was going to
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
Maybe everyone coming out calls her the ugly nurse.
Yeah. You know what, Dave? She was probably sick of being a nurse anyway, and you sent her off to be happier.
You freed her, Dave.
Yeah.
I hope so.
All right.
Join the circus.
Yeah. It's funny because
Look, ladies and gentlemen, the human turnip. I thank that young man every day of my life. I love the circus life.
Oh my God.
so when my dad was in the hospital, he texted us. He said, "Casey, I wanted to let you know that the ugly nurse says hi." And so it was a group text of my whole family, and my sister was like, "Dad, that is so mean, blah blah blah," and sends it the laughing crying emoji. Well, as it turns out, I know the guy, and his nickname is Ugly. And so he wasn't calling this person an ugly nurse.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I gotcha. Here's a text that says, Mark, I'm an ER nurse, had a patient come in for chest pain. He coded. He was talking to the doctor before coding. We shocked him. He came to, and he said, "I'm sorry I fell asleep while you were talking to me." And I said, "You weren't asleep. You were dead." So that's what they thought had happened. So that was the first thing out of their mouth. Wow. There's another one that says, my ex got a colonoscopy. She woke up during it. Nurses asked if she's okay, and she said, "Do you see the baby?" She's never been pregnant in her life.
They were looking in the wrong area.
So she thought that she was
I had an ass baby.
getting an ultrasound done at the time. Let's go next to, I like this one, and I believe the name is Maris. Is it Maris?
Yes, it's Maris.
Hi, Maris. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Maris?
So when I was in high school, I had my wisdom teeth out, and I had never been under or anything like that, so surgery was totally new to me. I woke up, and I told my dad in the recovery room that I felt everything.
So did you, in fact, feel everything?
No,
Yeah.
I don't remember this at all, but he totally freaked out. And the nurse was looking at him like, no, she's making this up.
Your daughter is a liar.
Oh, that's funny. That's great.
Yeah, but again, as you said, Preston, the whole notion of a computer rebooting, that does make sense because your thoughts have to line up in a cogent manner as well.
And that's why it can be just gibberish.
Right,
things that don't make sense, nonsensical, kind of stream of consciousness stuff.
I assume, is it a HIPAA thing if someone is coming out of like in an ER or like a medical, like a first responder, right, or says something?
I bet.
Right?
It's got to be part of it.
So the question is what?
Like almost like, is it like attorney-client privilege? In other words...
Like where they can't discuss your case, but so they can't go around talking about what you said when you woke up. I mean, I guess anonymously without naming you, they could say, I had a patient who said this.
Let me go next to Danielle. Hi there, Danielle. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. You rock.
Oh, we love you. Thank you, Danielle. What's your story?
So I was, a long time ago, I was mountain biking in Colorado. I went over my handlebars pretty good down a very steep, trail. I busted my head, went to the hospital. I was awake and talking, but I was clearly had a concussion because I wasn't making any sense. And they kept asking me, what time is it? What time is it? And I kept saying 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And every time they'd ask me, an hour later, 9 o'clock. And then finally, as I was laying there, they asked me what time it was, and I was like, sometime after 9.
You allowed time to progress.
It's progress.
Yeah.
They knew I was coming too. So.
You're coming back online. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Danielle. This one I like. I'm going to go to Justin. Yo, Justin. Morning.
Dead Zooks.
Yeah, Zooks, buddy. What's up?
So I recently had an endoscope done, and when I came to out of anesthesia, the first thing I said was that Mark Wahlberg owed me chicken parm for giving him 3 winning sports bets. No idea why.
No idea why.
No idea why. I mean, I just watched that one pastor movie, I guess.
Yeah.
Fathers. Yeah.
Yeah, like a day before. I guess I just craved chicken parm because I was talking about what I wanted
That's
to
awesome.
eat.
I can see that. Yeah.
So Mark Wahlberg owes you chicken parm.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Well, think about it. Yeah, thank you.
I'll see you.
But somewhere in the recesses of his brain was Mark Wahlberg. Was chicken parm. And that's like the synapse is fired. He's like, yeah, Mark Wahlberg. Of course he owes me chicken parm.
Marissa sent over, or Casey, you did the Blue Angels passing out. So let's play that. It's almost a minute long, but you'll hear me when I wake up. I don't know what the first thing is that I say. Here we go.
Nice job. There's 7.1 G's. Straight up into the vertical. 7.1 G's. How'd that feel? Pretty hard. Yeah.
All right, that was before.
All right, the next mover is the graduation.
This is it.
That's 7.5 G's, about 20 seconds. Ready to give her a try. All right. Ready. Hit it. Get right to 7 G's. There's 7.
It was so hard.
Nice job. How you doing? There's 7.
And
how you doing?
Nighty-night.
You're with me.
You with me?
You're with me, bud. You're with me.
Let's see what I say.
How you feeling? I feel a little ill.
I feel a little ill.
I'm pretty hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. Was I out? Yeah, I think just a little bit. Oh, man.
No, I wasn't just a little bit out. I was asleep.
He was being nice.
Is there some of the improv you've been contemplating?
Does it feel like normally passing out? Or have you ever passed out?
Yeah.
You have no blood in your brain.
Yeah, essentially you just it's like that, Kathy.
same?
Just all of a sudden an overwhelming tired and then black and you're gone.
It is weird.
You're out.
And did you feel nauseous?
I did. I
Yeah.
threw up a little bit after
Oh,
that.
you did? Okay.
Yeah.
You know the writer Rick Riley, Sports Illustrated sports writer. He recently did that as well. It flew with the Blue Angels, and he wrote a great article about it. And I'm sure there are a lot of parallels, Preston. You'll enjoy it. I'll send it to you.
All right.
Press, did you pass out when they lanced your pilonidal cyst?
I came this close.
Okay.
I almost fainted.
We have your audio after that.
No. For nappy.
You didn't have. You had to have had some sort of anesthesia.
Oh my God!
right?
You said that was the most painful thing you ever had.
Like a local,
Like
just
a
for the
topical?
skin,
Okay.
and then that was the most painful experience of my life. Yes.
Yeah.
Without question.
All right.
And so we called these things California space monkeys. Where
Sure.
you know it, like you
Yeah,
could
you
pass
cut off
out.
the blood flow to your brain, which
Yeah.
is pretty stupid.
It's insanely stupid.
But I had done that in college. I don't remember saying anything, but I do.
That's why you didn't get that nomination for the hottest guy.
Yeah, you're probably right, Steve. But so what they do is they somebody holds you and anyway. So the dude laid me down. I was passed out for I don't know 5 seconds maybe, and then I came to. And when I came to, everybody was standing around me, and I had completely forgotten why I was even there. I didn't realize, and I got so embarrassed. I jumped up and I ran out of the room that I was in, and I just took because I was in a house. I took off.
Yeah, that's why honestly, the whole notion. Now, mind you, I've talked about drinking and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I've never been high. I've never been drunk. All that stuff. But that knowing what I know in just my brief encounters with being out of it, I don't like that feeling. I don't know who would like that feeling of being. Where am I? What's going on?
All right, we're going to go to a couple more calls. We're talking about first thing you said when you were revived or came to, and I'm going to go to Jared. Jared, good morning.
Hey, morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah, we want you to. What's up, man?
So when I was 21, me and the guys were all out, had a late night. I was definitely intoxicated. Well, I was on my way home on my motorcycle, and I ended up blacking out. I went into a field at 160 miles an hour.
Oh, my God.
And I woke up 12 hours later in the hospital, one hand handcuffed to the gurney. I open my eyes. I see my dad talking to a state trooper. And I said, please, Dad, don't be disappointed in me. Am I going to jail?
That's the first thing that you said, yeah?
Wow. So you think of how that broke for you. Had you been around buildings, or had you been, you could have instantly died, and the fact that you were near a field is what saved your life.
Yeah, I was only a quarter mile away from my house, a road that I drove every single day.
Wow.
And was Dad disappointed in you?
Oh, man, he was pissed.
Yeah.
I asked him to euthanize you.
All right, thanks, man. I'm going to go next to Dave. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Hey, guys, happy Friday.
Yes. Happy Friday, buddy. What's up?
Yeah, so before I was born, so this is back in like the late 70s, my uncle was put under for a procedure. At the time, he was having an affair, and when he came out of the procedure, he looked at his current wife, but said his mistress's name.
I have heard similar stories about people under, even at the dentist, utter the name of their
Yeah,
side action.
He came out, he looked directly at his wife and said, "Where's Carolyn?"
And how did that
Carolyn
story
was her-
end, Dave?
Well, Carolyn was the current wife's friend. They got divorced, and my aunt and uncle have been married ever since.
Wow.
So
it all worked out in the end.
Yeah. It was meant to happen. Wow.
That's
oh, my
it.
God. Thank you, Dave. Kim has a story now. Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Hey, Preston.
Hey, Kim. What's up?
It's Kim, your Harry Ballsack singer.
We love you.
We need to play that
Kim,
again.
our singer. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
we'll see if we. Oh, we can't play it now.
Later on.
We're having
That's
all kinds
okay.
of
Don't worry
technical
about it.
problems. All right, what's
Okay.
up, Kim?
So I got a good one. I had with my first kid, I had a pretty crazy childbirth, and they had to put me under for a procedure after the birth. And when I woke up, I looked at the anesthesiologist, and he had a name tag on, and all I can remember is I saw it, and I said, "Your name's Michael McDonald?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "You don't know me, but I'm..." And then I just but still.
Oh, that's listen. Every anesthesiologist should be named Michael McDonald.
I can't believe you went into performance mode. Like you come out and you're like, yeah, I'm going to do a number.
I'm always on.
That is
great.
the best. Excellent. Are you still doing the singing telegrams?
I do occasionally, yeah, but I'm pregnant right now, so I'm taking
Congrats. Let's hope you get Boz Skaggs in the next.
Oh my God. I hope it's somebody good.
Lino. Whoa. I can see that. All right, come visit us sometime, Kim, all right?
I will. You guys are awesome. Love you.
Love you. Take
yeah.
care.
And we do have Harry Ballsack. If you give me just 2 seconds.
Actually, and it's her husband who starts off the beginning. He's the low voice going, Harry Ballsack, Harry Ballsack. And then she's the high voice in it. Is it ready?
Yep. Here we go.
Okay. We'll play a little bit of it for you. So this is for Kim. Here we go.
Harry Ballsack, Harry Ballsack.
Harry Ballsack, Harry Ballsack, Harry Ballsack, Harry Ballsack, hey, you my Harry Ballsack, my Harry Ballsack, Casey boy, and when you my Harry Ballsack, I'll enjoy.
And
It's beautiful.
What else? They did do another song. What was it?
Yeah, well,
Was it
they
for our show?
initially they did Jackie Bam Bam.
Oh, it was Jackie Bam Bam.
So that was
okay.
my original idea. I wanted them to do that for Jackie as a jingle. And while they were in, I said, hey, as a joke, Casey and I say,
Right, I remember.
suck my, all the time. I don't know why we can't say that. But anyway, and I said, can you do this as a joke? And so they did it. They did it for us, which is
I would
wonderful.
like a real song from them. Their voices are great.
They're great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Like something that doesn't have Ballsack in it.
Kim
You know what I
kind of
mean?
went viral at her wedding. She sang Sweet Child of Mine in her wedding dress.
Oh, really?
And that video,
I didn't know
went
that.
viral. It was years ago.
Yeah.
At the time when viral things popped up here and there. Yeah, you can find it
Well,
somewhere.
she's got a great
it's
voice.
She does, yes. Let me see. We had time for a couple. You want another singing one?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go to Melanie. Hi, Melanie. Good morning.
Hey guys, morning.
Good morning, Melanie. What's up?
Yeah, so a couple years ago I had to get a facial surgery. So coming out of it, it was 6 hours. I was like super black and blue. My whole face was swollen, but man, did I not recognize Africa Toto on the radio the second I woke up and thought I'd just have myself a mini concert. Was waking everybody else up in the room, getting yelled at by the doctors.
So was it right at the I faced the rains down in Africa?
Oh, yeah. And trust me, I'm that person that goes, I faced the rain
That's great.
You know?
Like cheap concerts if you hang out there. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
But my husband always tells me, he's like, your face was barely moving, yet you just had so much sound coming out.
That's the best.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
possessed of superhuman abilities.
All right, we gotta wrap here in just a second. Let me get to another one. This sounds interesting. Let me go to Mike, who's in emergency room tech. Hey, Mike. Morning to you, bud. Mike, you there?
Hi, Mike.
I hear something.
Okay. Sorry, Mike. He had said that he had brought a guy back to life, and the first thing he had said was, I didn't see nothing.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
So how did you end up here?
I wonder what the scenario was.
Yeah.
I've got a friend that's an anesthesiologist, and I never spoke to him about this, but I bet you he has some crazy stories.
Yeah.
There's, in fact, that's a lot of people will forego getting any sort of anesthesia for fear that they will utter something.
Something?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, hang on. I'm going to line 3. I had the wrong line earlier.
Yeah.
I just hung up on 2 people. I'm sorry, 2 people.
Our system is effed up.
Mike, now you're there. Are you there, Mike?
I'm there.
Hey, all right, so did I get that right, the story I told?
Yeah, you said it was good. Actually, the guy was in my waiting room. He wasn't even a patient. And he kept sitting in the waiting room, and he had a heart attack.
Oh, man, I can't really.
It's hard to hear.
The
Yeah.
signal's really bad.
I heard a velociraptor.
No, yeah, heart attack.
Oh, heart attack.
So the people in the waiting room start flipping out and stuff. So I get a gurney, and we start wheeling him back, and we get him back into the room, and we didn't get a chance to intubate him or not, so we shocked him real quick, and I was bagging him, and he starts whipping my arms off of him, blasting his ass off.
Okay. I didn't see nothing. All right, Mike, the signal from you sucks. I can't really understand too well, but essentially he said he was whipping around, and he said, yeah, I didn't see nothing. So
That's pretty wild.
all right, very interesting. So this all stemmed from the fact that we're going to have later on in the program Dr. Vincent and Nurse Natalie. They were the ones at the Eagles game that revived somebody who we believe went into cardiac arrest. We were doing chest compressions and everything. And Dr. Vincent was still dressed as a mummer. That's why it's a bit of a news story. And he was, face painting and everything. And the first thing out of the guy's mouth, as soon as they bring him back, is, what's the score? So it got us led on to this conversation. But we'll talk to Dr. Vincent and Nurse Natalie. She was the one who first went over to help a little bit later on in the 9 o'clock hour. So we'll come back with that stuff in a bit. All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll get to some bizarre file stories when we return. Our Word of the Week prize, yeah, we give that away today because there is no sad bro on this Friday morning. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
Two different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy.
She
has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a bookmark? I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, for 007.
When she
006.
queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bah, bum, bah.
Right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great Bond song.
Octopussy queefs. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
When Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maud Adams is 70,
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, a Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song "Crying Like a Bitch," and it's just like "Crying like a bitch," just screaming. And I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with the screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. Longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing?
I was into it. I'm ready to do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one
Of
in.
course,
Wow, man.
of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll.
Yes.
And
was
you,
so
you
funny.
posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it, and then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, all right, that looks just like me, a chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
And it looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in with the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to, and the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal. Your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you'll see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you? Because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is. The 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you have a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that are paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal too, because it really, really satisfies me, because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man. First of all,
you do go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, had set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes, he was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed.
Right.
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is because everyone makes you. They make you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great at it as the singer and calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do the scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir. And we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him and he was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti that. Come in there and tell them, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody.
Yeah.
Well, it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There are some, and there have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky, yeah,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's just it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff.
It's not like
one of the best things in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know to explain it, Preston. The dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
Faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I love, because I come from also the days of the variety show.
Right.
Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time. And I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back. And I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy. And it's to get this opportunity. It's the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Max amateur hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, Ed Sullivan. Where these people come out and spin dishes and all that stuff. What was talking about like the act with the arrows and all that stuff. What was the one act you thought, okay, this guy's going to die?
Yeah.
What was the one where you thought this guy's coming out in a body bag?
Oh, there are several. I'm trying to say which one. Some of these that are coming up. There was a guy who was in a water tank. And I thought, he was
like the Houdini thing?
This is like he did a Houdini-ish deal, man. And I said, man, and then it didn't look like things were happening right. You could tell when his assistants start running. You're like, oh man. First of all, you don't want anything to go wrong because it ruins. It could, you don't want to watch anybody die on live TV. You just don't want to do it.
Would you want to be a judge? Do you think you could do it?
No, I don't. The judging thing is super, super hard.
I think so, especially with the appeal of AGT is the variety of acts you're going to get. You got dance, you got magic, comedians, song, all this different stuff. But how do you compare those things as far as talent goes? I'd have a really hard time.
And I think some of the judges have harder times. Yeah. I think Simon and Howie are probably the most well-rounded judges. I've seen Heidi not get jokes, and because she doesn't get a joke, she gets offended by it. It's
right.
Like, it's hard.
But let me tell you one thing. I got to tell you this. The reason we have judges is because America wants blood.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. First of all, how can you compare a singer to a dancer to a danger act?
Mm-hmm. Well, we know.
How can you do that?
The end result is, and this is the way I've always framed it. To me, you're looking for somebody who would be a successful Las Vegas act.
Right.
And that's the context,
That's
correct?
the context.
Right.
But at the same time, this stuff is subjective.
Right.
Yeah.
What show do you see in Vegas? It's the show you want to see.
Right, yeah.
So, if you want to see singers, you love singers. If you want to go to a dance show, you go to a dance show. So the deal is that America wants someone to lose.
Yeah.
America wants you bleeding. And they don't care if you're under 10. Listen, first of all, I love it. I love America. But it's the sports mentality.
No.
It literally is someone has to go home. And that makes you tune in.
It's Friday, and therefore we give you this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
It is brought to you by the Wildwood Fishing and Boat Expo at the Wildwoods Convention Center. Saturday, January 7th from 9 to 5, and then on Sunday, the 8th from 9 to 2. And online information available at fishingexpowildwood.com. All right, I'm going to start with this kind of lengthy story, but it definitely deserves to be in the bizarre file. A self-published romance novelist who allegedly died in 2020 has announced her return to life, writing, and Facebook.
What a turnaround.
It's been 2.5 years since the book community mourned the loss of Susan Meachin. And on her Facebook page, family members said the author had died by suicide and blamed bullying within the romance writing community. The 2020 ordeal sparked crowdfunding campaigns for funeral expenses, donations to suicide prevention groups, and even editing Meachin's final work for free. This week, her Facebook account made a post in the private Facebook group for authors that she ran announcing her return.
I'm back.
Ever since her death, Meachin's Facebook account and group called The Ward maintained a niche following. Meachin's daughter, or someone claiming to be her daughter, has been running the group and Meachin's main profile since. Before her death announcement, she had published more than a dozen books. On The Ward, fellow self-published authors discussed her books along with their own. Now, she calls herself an author of perfectly flawed romances with books including Special Delivery, His Wicked Way.
And I lied about dying.
Yeah, and losing him and finding you. Her latest book, called Love to Last a Lifetime, published in 2020, was framed as her last work and a wedding present to her daughter. Following her death, friends edited the book for free. A separate romance novel anthology was published after her announced death with a dedication to her. So on Twitter, users shared screenshots of Meachin's announcement that she was still alive. The post has been viewed at least 3 million times now.
That's insane.
Her announcement had said, verbatim, I debated on how to do this a million times and still not sure if it's right or not. There's going to be tons of questions and a lot of people leaving the group, I'd guess.
It's not right.
But my family did what they thought was best for me, and I can't fault them for it. I almost died again at my own hand, and they had to go through all that hell again.
No one would have believed it.
Returning to the ward doesn't mean much, but I am in a good place now, and I'm hoping to write again and let the fun begin.
Is there a protocol for a reveal party when you're revealing you're alive?
So then followers began questioning her, writing about where the money raised for her funeral actually went. Was all this a trick for a posthumous book sale surge? How could she live with the blame that was placed on other authors accused of bullying her? So fellow romance author Samantha Cole said in a Facebook post that she was horrified, stunned, and livid.
I'm going to kill her.
She felt like she had been kicked in the gut and the chest at the same time. Cole has publicly addressed facing bullying herself from members of the literary community after Meachin's death. Fans of Meachin harassed other authors, blaming them for Meachin's death. So in a separate Facebook post, author Karen Hall said what Meachin did was unforgivable. She said, I can forgive many things, but I don't think I could ever forgive you faking your death. So the story is still unfolding since the announcement. Theories have bubbled up suggesting that the author was hiding in plain sight. Some people say she was still working on the Facebook group and all that
So
stuff.
she was doing all of that.
Well, that's what
about
they're saying
her
she may have been.
personal documentation, like her, all of those
I don't know.
things that we use for ID? What?
Or when somebody dies, there's official
or your taxes
record keeping. So that's a good question. So the skepticism on Twitter is quite palpable. But Meechan did not respond to any request for comments. So I'm curious as to what the next statement will be.
She disconnected the phone in her coffin.
I guess so. A circus performer was seriously injured Wednesday evening after falling up to 15 meters while performing a stunt. But he's no longer in life-threatening danger. The accident happened during the Wheel of Death Act as part of the Christmas circus. He fractured several ribs, was still evaluated to be determined if he suffered other injuries. He was in a great deal of pain. The circus said he was going to be examined for internal injuries and fractures. His first words were, in a brief statement on Thursday morning.
1 for yes, 2 for no.
In a brief statement, do you feel okay? Okay,
No,
he's good.
Bad.
There's one for
two's no.
He doesn't
2 for
feel
no.
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. All right.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Can we? Would you like a cocktail? Okay. In a brief update Thursday morning, the circus said
He's like a magic 8-ball.
several rib fractures were found during a checkup. The organization added, "We do not yet know everything." The circus director said that he's been with the circus for about 10 years or so, and there were many people in the audience at the time when that happened. So. A Florida home was doused with gasoline on New Year's Day and set ablaze with 21 people locked inside of it.
Whoa!
4 were hurt as a group scrambled
That's a bad party.
to escape through windows. A motive has not yet been released. Upon arrival, deputies learned prior to the fire, one man was wielding a machete inside the residence and threatening to kill people inside. He then began pouring gasoline through the residence while the second suspect set the fuel on fire. The 2 then left the residence, locking the door behind them. All 21 people trapped inside escaped. Details of how the 4 were injured have not been released, but investigators say they sustained injuries as a result of the fire.
Did he mention whether they were watching Seacrest or Cooper?
Oh, you know what? They didn't. 2 suspects, maybe they were watching Miley and Dolly.
We got to burn
That was in
us.
Florida.
2 suspects, aged 42 and 63, were arrested during a search of the neighborhood. Both men are charged with arson and 3 counts of aggravated battery. And then we'll do one more story and wrap up. Let me see if I got a quicker one here. How about, no, that was a little too intense. Okay, here we go. A woman is trying to find a teddy bear's original owner after discovering a person's ashes were inside the stuffed animal. Vicky Wise said she was driving through a neighborhood when her daughter noticed a stuffed bear sitting in a pile of garbage. Wise said that they picked up the stuffed animal for her dog. After picking up the toy, they discovered a Velcro pouch in the bear's back. Inside a pouch was a heart-shaped box with a person's ashes inside of it.
Can you do that at Build-A-Bear?
I don't know. Maybe.
Do you want to cremate a loved one?
She said, I just couldn't believe that.
We
I
can
found
give you a diploma?
something like that in a trash bin. It was startling. On the back of the box was a name. It was Barry Freed.
Barry.
A note attached to the box said the person passed away in May of 2020.
And wanted to spend eternity inside a stuffed bear.
Wise explained that a quick internet search of the person's name did not give her many results, and now she's doing everything she can to find the original owner. She said, I don't know who he is. All I know is his name and the date he passed away. So
I'd love to hear why that happened.
Yeah, they'll probably end up being able to track that down. All right, and there you go. That is the last story in the bizarre file for now. All right, we will take a quick break and come back in just a moment. Don't forget the Word of the Week prize this week. Those lawn seats for the FM Pavilion for the entire summer, what we're giving away. So that's the end of the show. Back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR short code.
I'm not going to watch this.
Could you imagine your life without the the foundation that you had in sports and all that's trained you for. I mean, it seems to provided you with a Swiss Army knife of capabilities that's gotten you through. I remember when I first saw you, I thought, and I have to be honest, who is this meathead? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? And then I go, why is this meathead so funny? And then I'm like, why is this guy? Why is this guy? And then I realized this guy's talented. But you said you weren't funny, you weren't a comedian or so on and so forth. It seems to me you okay, this is something I got to take on and tackle and work through. Sports had to be just an absolute essential part of what made you you.
Yeah, you know, first of all, it was. Yeah. Simply because in the locker room, it's like all versions of humanity. Right. You know what I mean? Right. I was funnier in the locker room than I ever was on these shows. We had so much fun hanging in the locker room and just balling and hanging and talking and really doing our thing. The sport itself, however, a lot of that drama came with baggage. Right. You know what I mean? And my thing is, sports is good until it isn't. Yeah, it's literally one of those things where first of all, I love sports, I love entertainment, but I love people more. And when you use people in expense of the sport, like right now, the NFL is going through a thing where all the older guys are going through it. And they're not helping them. There's so many guys that need help, man, mentally, physically. The NFL will literally deny that they cause these issues. You know what I mean? And that's my thing is just admit it, man, and let's just help them. Right. But my deal is, you know, it's one of those things where I had to get rid of a lot of things that was bad and keep the good. Yeah. And sports can be very, very good, but if it's used in the wrong way, man, you will end up miserable.
I believe it. One of the things, speaking of being talented, that we really weren't aware of was your artistic ability, and it was one of the before even sports, right? I mean, you were you sketch and painting, and were you a court sketch artist?
Sketch artist, yes.
Get out of here!
I had an art scholarship before I had a football scholarship.
Wow! I was looking at some of your stuff. It's really good. Oh, and why is it that court sketch room artists are usually so terrible?
Yes, they are. It's a lot of it is you have to be fast. Yeah. But at the same time, you have to understand too. You know, for me, I would have went the whole art route. But no one was going to pay for that. Like, starving artists is a real thing. Starving goes right before artists. I mean, name an artist who actually got paid while he was alive. It's very, very rare.
Right, they're celebrated after they found.
Oh yeah, you've been dead 30 years. They're like, oh, now he gets the million.
Do you create every day?
I sketch all the time. Okay, sketch all the time.
What do you prefer? What is your favorite?
People. I love sketching faces. Okay, faces.
But sketching over painting and all that.
Oh yeah, it's you know, I just sketch because I have time for it, but I'll take it all the way. I mean, I will go do a full painting if I have time to do that. But when I was get cut from an NFL team, I would go back in the locker room and ask the players if they want their portraits painted. That's what I would do, and that's how I survived. Wow. They would be like, "Man, you pretty good, man. $5,000." But you know what? I would.
Were you self-taught?
No, I'm self-taught. Wow. But I would literally trick the guys. I'd be like, "Man, you need a painting. Look at you. You one of the most amazing players ever. Look at you walking around here all muscular and beautiful. Let me immortalize you." Yeah, you know, you're right, man. Here's $5,000. Thank you.
You're a lefty.
Marketing.
You're a lefty too.
Oh yeah, left-handed, right-brained. I mean, very creative. It's just, it's my thing, man. It's always been my thing. I taught.
Your stuff's really.
I taught a class at Facebook. That was a photo from when I taught a class at Facebook. And you know, it was wild. Some of the most talented people in the world, and they were sitting there. And these guys had degrees from everywhere, and I asked them to start drawing, and they wouldn't do it. Yeah. And I was like, dude, you know what's happening? What's happening is you're judging your work immediately. And what you got to know is all judgment stops creativity in its tracks. You have to just go. Right. And you have to do it. And you have to not care what people think. You have to not. But what happened was they were like, they wouldn't, before they started putting a pen down on the paper, they would look over at the other guy. Yeah, right. Yeah. But this is what we do in life. Yeah, you're right. This is the mistake we make all the time. The stuff you always wanted to do. All that things you wanted to go for. You're over there looking at everybody else. Well, I'm not going to try it. What will everybody say? You know what? I don't care. I realize don't think about what everybody else is saying. Right. Just go for your gut. Go for that intuition. Don't judge yourself.
There are two words I like to use when I find myself facing something I'm not sure I want to do, and it's just begin.
Oh, that's
just
good.
begin.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
That's all you've got to do.
Dude, if you start, all of a sudden things get done. And you know what? Because I'm a great starter. I am an excellent starter. But what I had to learn, too, is just and this is the thing, finish it.
Yeah.
Wait, just get it done, and then you can always change it. Because what happens is you get to start, and then it's not perfect. So you don't want to finish it. But no, finish it, and then you can change it. Dude, these are things you almost have to hypnotize yourself. You literally have to get out of your own brain and get out of your own way.
It's funny you say that because I like to sketch as well, and I'll sketch on the iPad, and the iPad allows you to undo. It's like, it almost sort of takes away that. Okay, I've got this now. I've got to work this. You know, you can correct mistakes all the time. And it's like, well, it's cool. It's also sort of a cheat. You know.
Listen, everything I do, I have a mantra. It's start small, think big.
Right.
Start small, think big. Okay, just do a little bit.
Right.
Just, I'm actually taking Mandarin Chinese lessons right now. I picked the hardest language to learn, but I'm getting it.
Okay.
Wait, I'm all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like a month. And I'm like, wait a minute, I understood that. When I heard the lady, she was like, wuxia, and I was like, I know what wuxia means.
Yeah.
I know what that means, And so I realized, okay, start small. First of all, I haven't mastered English. I had to literally look at myself like, have I mastered English? No. So if I get to a point where I can tell somebody I'm hungry, and I can tell somebody where's the bathroom in Chinese, I'm good. You know what I mean?
How is one human so talented?
No, because first of all, it's not even that. I just keep going. Like, just try everything you want to do, and I only do what I want. I don't do, if there's something I don't want to do, it's like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
You're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
As I've aged, I've found that I need to be working on something. I need to be working on something that I can improve upon, something that's a bit of a challenge, and I'm loving it. I didn't realize this until just a few years ago, whether it be, working on a golf swing, or I'm a musician and I want to improve and to keep going on that. And I love having that.
It's so satisfying. Yeah. First of all, listen, you've been talked out of your creativity, man. You've been told you're not creative. First of all, like you said, I'm left-handed. Mm-hmm. The world is a right-handed world, which deals with math and science. So all the arts are given as hobbies, but just half your brain.
Yeah.
So you have to, I'm literally telling everybody, be more creative, exercise it, because you've been talked out of it a long time ago, and it's so satisfying. I built Legos like crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of arts and stuff like that, so my daughter's in 8th grade. She's in school right now, so I can talk about her. What the arts has done for her has given her the confidence. So she's in 8th grade, and she's having the best year of her life, and it's all because of what she's been doing in the theater, and it's a very, very they just everybody nurturing, and everybody everybody loves each other, and it's just so positive. But she's getting that from the arts.
That's right.
Yeah, and she's been playing sports ever since she was 4 years old too.
But look what at the schools they're taking the instruments out of schools. Art is given a short shrift. All this stuff is treated like music and art and whatever. They're like, do that on your own time. That's a hobby.
No,
but math and science, if you got that, you're good. And I think we're severely lacking right now, just as a society, because we're not creative enough. This is why we run to Avengers and we run to the movies, because we need it so bad. All the story, all the content, we need more.
Imagine the world without art. Imagine the world without creativity, without music, without paintings, and what we would be bereft of if we didn't have that. And to your point about all you have to do is create. It doesn't matter if it's good. Just do something, create that, and if it stinks, do the next one.
First of all, that's the world I grew up in. Factory life. Flint, Michigan. Everybody, they were like, "What you doing drawing? What's that? Hey, what kind of boy are you?" And you're like, "Hey, man, hey, look, I like drawing. Okay, I like music. I play the flute. You know what they would call me? They were like, "Why you play the flute?" I was like, "I'm bigger than you. I can bitch more than you. So what? So now what?" And they were like, "Yeah, you know, you're right."
Did you see the Equalizer, the second Equalizer movie?
Yes.
He's counseling a kid who's an artist.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's it. That's right there. That's just,
It's it's going to come out. This is what the whole graffiti thing is about, man.
Yeah,
and it's like, put it on canvas and sell it.
Yeah, I just think of like, okay.
Very much, Kathy. So we're going to do a couple of things here. It's Connoisseur. It's Friday, so we're definitely going to do.
It's time for the Friday concert. This time, none of the equipment's working, and we're gonna eat meatloaf.
All right, so that's the story. On top of the standard stories, which we're going to get to this morning, we are going to sample some of Nick Mom's meatloaf.
The meatloaf.
Yes, we are. We're going to have some of the meatloaf, and part of the reason is because Kathy and Casey both hate meatloaf.
Double beatloaf,
which in history.
Meatloaf, double beatloaf. I hate meatloaf.
Hang on a second. Was that me talking?
That was
at the
you.
beginning?
Were you in a Christmas story?
What?
Were you
Hang
in
on.
what?
Hold on, let me play this again. Hang on. In history.
Meatloaf, double beatloaf.
Our
I hate meatloaf.
equipment is falling apart. All right, don't take any over to Kathy yet.
Not yet.
Okay, because we're going to blind. Kathy wanted to do a blind taste test.
Okay.
To see if she could tell the difference, because not only did we get meatloaf this morning, but
Meatloaf sandwich.
but we have meatballs too. So Nick's mom, Betsy, made meatloaf and meatballs. And I told Kathy that they're very similar. And you like meatballs, right?
I do like meatballs.
You like meatballs.
I do. I like meatballs.
But I think you're going to be able to tell the difference between these. We're going to do a blind taste
Okay,
test
I think
because
I
didn't know that there was going to be marinara and sauce and stuff like that.
That's how my mom makes them. So she'll make the meatballs in the pan, and then she lets them simmer and cook more in the pasta sauce and the tomato sauce. My mom is half Italian. She's a really good cook.
She is.
She's very excited about this segment today. She's watching live on YouTube to be able to check in. So hi, Betsy. Love you, Mom.
Hi.
Marissa?
Hi, Betsy Preston. For Kathy's meatballs, raisins or no raisins?
Well, do no raisins if we're going to do the taste test, because otherwise I'll know they're meatballs.
But then we're going to have a raisin one for you to try.
Yeah, because I've never tried the meatballs with raisins.
You like raisins?
I do like raisins.
So
raisins in it.
The story behind that is that my mom, my dad is a bit of a picky eater, and my dad does not like raisins in his meatballs, but my brothers and I do. So my mom, because she's such a wonderful person, would make 2 batches of meatballs, one set for my dad and one set for me and my brothers.
That's excellent.
And so we grew up having the meatballs with the raisins in them, but my dad preferred them without.
The best of all meatballs.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
So you're trying them now, Press?
I'm diving right in.
He went right in.
Are you starting with the meatloaf or
Come on.
My mouth has been ready for meatloaf all morning.
Okay.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's nice and sweet.
She made it yesterday.
I like that. Yeah.
So it was quite literally hot out of the oven when I picked it up from her yesterday, and then I put it in the fridge overnight. Marissa just heated it up in the microwave, so it's not fresh out the oven, but I think it's pretty damn good.
Meatballs are excellent.
All right, she's got the 2 for Kathy to try. Close your eyes, though.
Just close my eyes. Yeah.
All right, so
Marissa, are you gonna
open your mouth. It's a choo-choo train.
Here it comes.
Double beatloaf.
All aboard.
I hate meatloaf.
All right, here we go.
No, it fell.
Half of it fell on the floor.
Do not pick that up off of the floor.
Okay.
There's some left. There's some left. All right, open your mouth. All right, let's see what you think.
Okay.
Kathy is... She's eating it, and she shook her head slightly, just
Kathy
a little
doesn't
bit.
realize that's the office mouse we've been trying to get.
Okay, now, do you want to
I
try
hate you, Steve.
the other one to compare it?
Yeah.
Okay, she made a kind of a grimace. All right, go ahead. Open your mouth. There we go.
That's the meatball, 100%.
Which one?
The second one.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
She did it.
Now, Preston might have given it away because he said the one thing was sweet, and I wasn't sure if that played in your.
And I didn't even think the meatloaf was that sweet. I just didn't like it.
She put
Meatloaf sandwich.
smoky bacon on
You know
there.
what though? For me, like I think part of it is that like whatever
Your religion.
the glaze and like all of that goes into making.
All right, I'm
meatloaf.
having a meatloaf.
Also, for the record, it stems from my mom's meatloaf.
Which you did not like.
It was terrible.
But she is not a good cook.
No.
Okay.
Casey, it's where I get it from.
Okay.
Only sluts eat meatballs.
Listen, my mom is Irish, and I always say they grew up on meat and potatoes, like
Yeah,
very
boiled.
bland. Mother passed away when I was a kid. I was a baby, so I didn't really get any cooking instruction.
This is all wonderful.
Yeah, she's a really good cook. She's very happy, Steve, that you like it.
And I do love the raisins in the meatballs.
All right, I'm trying the meatball with the raisins.
It doesn't make any sense to me. And I understand that it goes along with the raisins as well.
I never had it.
Steve, when it comes to it, do you like?
I'm going to go with the raisins.
So you like the ones?
I like raisins.
Everything.
Okay.
So, yeah, man, the meatballs are fantastic.
They're really good, right?
Yeah, but
Is there oatmeal in this meatloaf? I don't know. Is there?
You know what, Casey? I'll get the recipe. Maybe we can post that too. But there is, she does, like when she makes a turkey for Thanksgiving, she puts bacon across the top of the meatloaf, and that adds a little bit of flavor as well as some fat, some juices into it.
Bacon.
So bacon is really, there's not much you can't put bacon onto.
The meatloaf?
I am. It's not bad.
I'm eating everything.
raisins
Good.
and the meatballs.
All right.
That's good.
And do you have a preference?
The meatballs I stick with. I don't like meat. I just don't like meatloaf.
Not for you.
This meatloaf is really good.
That's okay. We got one potential convert in Casey.
Yeah,
So
it wasn't bad. I feel like she put oatmeal in it.
Do you, would you like it if it had ketchup on the plate with it? No. You're not. Are you not a ketchup fan, or just not with the meatloaf?
No. Ketchup and meatloaf don't mix.
I'm a member of the Clean Plate Club now.
Sometimes people like Worcestershire sauce with with their meatloaf, or A1 or whatever.
yeah, you can mix in Worcestershire into ketchup.
Right.
And that makes a great topping on meatloaf as well.
for sure.
I will tell you this, across the broad spectrum of ways to serve meatloaf, even when it's overcooked or crispy on the edges or whatever, that works for me. But this and what was on top of it?
Oh, the bacon.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
there you
and
go.
so that's allows some of the juices, to work their way into the meatloaf as well. Steve, when we would come home, there would be two smells, and I'm smelling them right now in the studio. But when my mom would be cooking meatloaf, or she'd be cooking some type of pasta dish, and the meatballs that went along with it, like that to me is a great nostalgic memory. And she makes her own sauce a lot of the time too. Her tomato sauce.
Are these homemade?
It's homemade sauce. She'll do like condensed tomato can. She'll put a little bit of Chianti or red wine in there as well. Like when my mom's tomato sauce has been simmering on the stove all day. Oh my God, so damn good.
Clean Plate Club.
Yeah.
Join the club. Me and Steve.
I tell you what, I might want seconds on the meatloaf if we have it.
If there is-
we got plenty.
I think there's more. So
There's an entire loaf.
we need a little bit more.
Kathy will gerbed on her meatloaf.
All right, so we have a yes on meatloaf for Casey and no still on Kathy. So we tried. Maybe another year or so.
And no offense to your mother's meatloaf, I just don't like meatloaf.
I can tell you that it is a superior meatloaf, and it's just you just don't like it because you had it as a child.
Casey, my mom just texted, and she says, my Italian grandmother, she says, and yes, there is oatmeal in the meatloaf.
Oh!
Interesting.
Hold on a second. Do somebody pretend like you've never had meatloaf before and you love it now. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, man, do I love meatloaf.
Okay, so we have you and Casey, but no Kathy, and that means 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Oh, my God.
So I just wanted to have a symmetry on that.
And it is meatloaf.
It is meatloaf, yes. All right. Well, yay.
Like a raisin out
And
of
you know
hell.
what, Preston?
I feel like I don't know, it's like a very heartwarming thing to have meatloaf.
Meatloaf is a comfort food.
Yeah.
It is an absolute comfort food.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Summer night.
Oh, no.
Would you
When you eat your meatballs, will they contain raisins?
Offer me his mouth.
Yes.
Will he offer me his
Will they have oatmeal in them?
Yes.
Will there be raisins in this?
On a hot summer night when you're eating meatballs?
Yes.
Why? I don't even know this part of the song.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah.
Then does he love
And does he love raisins in his meatballs?
Hot summer.
They used to show this video before Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Okay.
And that's Steinman.
That's just Jim.
Who's doing that?
I bet you say that to
All the boys.
All the Italians.
Just because they were like very theatrical in their
And
live performances.
the whole description of Jim Steinman's approach to rock, because he kind of considered himself more of a Broadway show writer, you know?
Exactly.
Steve, last thing, Preston, I'm sorry, but my mom says they're in the glaze on the top of the meatloaf.
Gotta be sugar in there.
Ketchup and brown sugar.
Ah,
Yeah.
excellent, excellent, excellent.
So I will. I'll ask her to email me the recipe, and I'll send that to Marissa, and we'll get that posted.
Very
Nice.
good. All right, connoisseur. That's what we're doing.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we'll have some other stories. And it affects a friend of ours, but who she has indicated this is actually not such a bad thing for her. But Memphis, and we were actually there. We went for an episode, and Steve, you and Marissa were in one of the shots.
That airs all the time. We were marveling at how great the food was. I think we're eating. Was it chickpeas that they tasted like bacon? I forget what they did, but it was an amazing. Menu.
And our friend Paula Decker is a part owner of that restaurant.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Yeah.
Yeah, so and Marissa spoke to her and said, listen, it's been around for 15 years. That's a successful restaurant business right there. So they've done very well. And I don't know the details. I haven't talked to Paula personally, but they had great food.
Oh yeah. So Marissa just handed me. It was smoked coconut that tasted exactly like bacon that they served us, and that clip always airs, Preston.
Nice. All right. So.
That does not, and I've been there, and I was there for the filming of this, but it's not a diner, a drive-in, or a dive. How did they end up there, of all places?
That's a good question.
Because when I was in Kansas, we went to Bobo, the drive through place, and that is a dive.
I guess this would qualify as a dive. It's definitely not a diner, and it's not a drive-in. So, but I mean, it's a nice place.
Yeah, the atmosphere is really nice.
But I think
neighborhood.
Some of the quote-unquote dives are just kind of corner restaurants or something like that.
But I've been to like 3 or 4 of these places, and that is it's a nice place. I went to a place called I was in Vegas. It was something Roadkill Tavern or whatever.
Right.
And it was a barbecue place, and it was like a complete I was driving through the neighborhood. I'm like, oh geez, I don't know if I want to be.
Well,
here.
the place itself was what was the environment like?
It was a dump.
Yeah,
it was a dump, but the barbecue was really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love Triple D. I don't watch it that much, but when I do, I'm always like, oh, that looks so good.
Yeah.
And it's usually super duper fattening, over the top, ridiculous.
That's part of the charm.
Caloric explosions, but
you have these unsung heroes in the culinary world who are these chefs.
Yeah.
I hope they keep their staff there because they're certainly good.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what else we have here. Connoisseur wise. The University of Copenhagen in Denmark has whipped up something creamy and eco-friendly as well. Researchers replaced milk fat with lactic acid bacteria to create a low-fat whipped cream.
Low-fat whipped cream.
Yeah, so, and it has to do with beer, which is interesting. So the most...
You get so hammered you don't realize it stinks.
Jens Riesbo, the associate professor, said the most difficult aspect of developing an alternative food is getting the texture right.
Yep.
Which is true. A high saturated fat content makes it possible to whip the cream stiff.
Where are you a whipped cream snob? Would Cool Whip not stand the test?
It wouldn't be. I can get by on Cool Whip. It's okay, but it ain't anywhere near
freshly made.
Freshly made whipped cream is fantastic.
Steve, I can't do Cool Whip. Fresh, even from the, listen, from the can, that
the
to
tub?
me is okay, but fresh made is, and actually I can make it.
Kathy, I treat Cool
Two
Whip as not even whipped cream. I treat it as like a light vanilla type.
Yeah, I don't
pudding.
like it.
It's something else.
Right? It's not.
Yeah.
But when you have freshly made, really well done.
They don't call it whipped cream. It's called whipped topping.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different.
I actually don't like Cool Whip at all, except when it's frozen. If you eat it frozen, it's kind of like a little frozen treat.
Yeah.
So what I do is I take. They also like Ready Whip has in the can. They have the chocolate whipped cream.
Yep.
Like 1 teaspoon is 3 calories.
Yeah.
So
So you asked if we were whipped cream snobs, and Steve, there is they make these really decadent milkshakes at the Wells Fargo Center.
Oh yeah,
it's on the upper level. I don't like the whipped cream that they put on there.
Really?
Yeah. I have to get it without the whipped cream. I don't care for it at all.
I don't want your goddamn whipped cream.
Yeah.
Here, Nick pulled up the whipped cream, or I'm sorry, Cool Whip Wikipedia page. It says Cool Whip original is made of water, hydrogenated vegetable oil, including coconut and palm kernel oils, high fructose corn syrup, skim milk,
amniotic fluid,
light cream, sodium caseate, blah, 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 blah. It's labeled as non-dairy. But in 2018, since it contains skimmed milk and sodium caseinate, a milk derivative, Even before the skim milk was introduced, Cool Whip was classified in Jewish dietary traditions as dairy because of the sodium caseinate. So I don't know what the story is on
That's
that.
the caseinate.
But Ready Whip, I love Ready Whip. Right out of the can?
Yeah.
I think that's fantastic.
For a little shot, a little taste if you want something sweet.
Super duper yummy.
Now, mind you, when you go to a great restaurant and they prepared their own whipped cream or whipped topping.
Or creme fraiche.
Yeah.
Oh.
But my kids are like crackheads with that Ready Whip stuff. My son especially, because we can't put it in the refrigerator unless we know that it is going to be open like right away. Like my son, we were like, because he just squirts it in his mouth and not the nitrous part,
Right,
you know,
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah.
actual
Yes.
whipped cream part.
Yep.
We will say no, and he will do it anyway.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, you talk about that. I remember years ago, I swear to God, my wife and I went into a mall somewhere, and the only place that had coffee or hot chocolate, I think was the Coffee Beanery. And so we go in, and she wanted whipped cream on her hot chocolate. Preston, like people working behind the counter, like 16, 17 years old or whatever, they had like 7 or 8 cans back there.
Yeah.
None of them had any cream in them. Yeah.
What happened?
I'm like, what are you guys doing?
Replacing the fat with lactic acid bacteria, the kind found when brewing beer or in plant waste, has allowed researchers to create a similar textured whipped cream, and this method could be used to create other dairy-free, sustainable alternatives.
How does
by
that
the way.
plant waste taste to you, son?
Yeah.
It's weird because that's one thing where even if it's cheap, I'm into it. Even if it's a whipped cream substitute, I have no problem with it.
Love whipped cream. All right, but you know what? You don't like it on milkshakes, though.
I do not.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Well, because you're already going. You're already calorie heavy. Like I would never put. I know some people
what's
put
a little more gonna do?
I know whipped cream on a malted seems to me like you're just bitch slapping it.
Oh, I love it. All right, something else from the food world. All right, have you guys ever heard, now obviously you know vegetarian, pescatarian, vegan, things like that. Have you ever heard of reducitarians?
Reducitarians?
Yeah.
No.
Or reducetarians or reducitarians. I don't know how.
I've heard of Methodists.
Does it have to do with reduction?
Yeah, so the reducitarian or reducetarian, however you say it, the movement encourages people to just cut back on their meat and dairy consumption over time. So if you're going to work your way to a plant-based diet, you can do it like in waves, essentially.
So I am pretty much now a pescatarian, though I do love a good meatloaf and a good meatball. But I've just kind of been doing it gradually, you know? Like
So you're a reducetarian.
I guess so.
Yeah.
But I will still, does that leave room for occasionally jumping over to a burger? Or,
For sure. Yeah. Plant-based diets can have a positive impact on cholesterol levels after just 10 days. From a broader perspective, plant-based diets can have positive impact on the planet, they say. But this movement encourages people just to cut back on the meat and dairy consumption. And if you have a goal of eventually getting to a vegetarian lifestyle, this might be the way to go about it.
For me, it all came about because they just got better. You talk about mimicking different types of food and different types of things that, texturally and all that stuff. It's because they got better at doing it. Like, I love a Mediterranean diet. I used to, that was never something that I was that big on. And now I love it.
One of the only reasons, I know there's lots of options. There's lots of vegetarian options. Well, I guess it's not one of the only reasons. One of the main reasons is I still like meat. I'd still like to eat.
You'll sit down and have a steak.
And
you love
burgers and
my
things like
wife
that.
will have that occasionally, and But I don't like the taste of meat.
But my percentage now is a little less. I probably am only 25% red meat now.
75% mealworms?
Mainly.
Yeah.
No, but we eat fish and chicken a lot.
Yes.
So, or shrimp, other shellfish, things like that. But
And whipped cream.
But I have cut back a little bit on the red meat because there are a lot of things that point to that being, negative in your longevity. So
I like having a steak dinner when I'm out sometimes, like that.
Yeah.
And then also at home, when I'm home, I like having a steak dinner. So when I'm home or when I'm out.
Is there anywhere you don't like having a steak dinner?
In the car, you probably won't have a T-bone.
Yeah, Steve nailed it.
Might.
I might. Let's be honest.
Hey, reach into that glove compartment. There's a sirloin steak in there. Can you give it to me?
Let's see. We need something completely different here to do with the connoisseur. Let's talk about a sweet treat. Reese's is coming to the freezer aisle in collaboration with Ambush. The new treats include ice cream cups, bars, wafers, cones, tubs, and sandwiches.
Reese's?
Yeah.
I thought they've already had
that. Yeah,
I think it sounds like they're going to expand, maybe.
Larger containers?
In fact, I just bought we went to Wawa and grabbed some pints of ice cream the other night. Sometimes we'll just make a run and say, all right, who all wants a pint of ice cream? And we'll go get some. Carter wanted something with peanut butter in it. And sure enough, they had a Reese's peanut butter ice cream.
They have a good collection of stuff at the Wawa. And actually, I'm curious to find out who actually makes Wawa's own brand. Because a lot of times they don't.
Well,
because their own brand ice cream is really good.
I think it's theirs, Steve.
Are they making their own?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
From their own dairy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's how Wawa got started in the first place, was the Wawa dairy.
Yeah.
It's damn good.
So, and they have, I prefer Haagen-Dazs. That's my home run.
Especially when they added booze to it.
Oh, it's the best. So anyhow, they're going to make, I like the idea, though, of a Reese's ice cream sandwich. That sounds pretty damn good. But they're also making cones and wafers and things like that.
Are you a fan of the traditional ice cream sandwich?
Very much so.
Are you a fan of the traditional chipwich?
I can take or leave the chipwich. I know some people love it, but I'd rather go for just a straight up ice cream sandwich. I love them.
The Toll House Chipwich is the superior Chipwich.
It's excellent.
It's really, really good. So, Steve, on the beach, the Fudgy Wudgy guy, I'll get the Chipwich there. But the problem is,
how long do you have to let it thaw out?
The cooler is a block of ice.
Yeah. Dude, they have to be using liquid nitrogen.
They have to
freeze those things, because I've gotten a regular ice cream sandwich, and I mean, like putting it in the side of my mouth to get to my molars and the larger teeth to try and bite a piece off.
Yeah.
It's that frozen solid, like a chunk of ice.
I always let whatever ice cream, even a chipwich, let it melt a little bit, because I love that. I don't want to chew through a glacier.
Yeah, it's not fun.
The homemade chipwich is like the people that made that ice cream truck that came out to camp out. Like those, I mean, I didn't have one of those, but it it was like a nice big. Those are the best.
Yes, they're exclusively in like the Wild Crest area, I believe. Big Top Surfing Sundays.
All right, so let's see what else we have. Now, since we have dessert, it's time for coffee.
Ooh.
Yes.
I'm having my Dunkin' right now.
Inspired by the series Friends, Manhattan Hazelnut Mocha Coffee Creamer will have you feeling like you're sipping in Central Perk. It's from International Delights. I don't know.
No, not really.
It was inspired by a drink on the show.
Sure, I think it was for a quarter of a second in episode 81.
Right.
It contains hints of hazelnut, mocha, and the excitement of Manhattan.
They're just cashing in on the resurgence of the show with the younger crowd.
Which, by the way,
they will buy this and drink it.
Isn't that wild? That the show,
it's crazy.
It had already had a sort of resurgence, and now like it runs a couple times every night. And then you can catch it on 80 different. It's sort of like an Office sort of vibe now.
Yeah.
And the merchandise, like it's everywhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you can find the Friends International Delights new creamer on Instacart and in Kroger.
What's the actual flavor?
For a limited time.
Monkey semen based on the Marcel.
It contained hints of hazelnut, mocha, and the excitement of Manhattan.
This tastes like an exciting metropolitan.
No,
metropolitan vibe.
Trash sludge.
When I heard this story, I was just thinking, like, do you think they're getting money out of these products?
They would have to.
Right, like their name is attached to the syndication stuff, so I'm sure, and plus HBO came to them with a butt ton of money to do that reunion. And so, Kath, I'm sure, like, if there's any licensing now, they still get a piece of it.
They're getting some of it.
Their faces are
and
on
their faces on it, yeah.
Well, like, what about like the T-shirts at Target? Like, are they getting that? You know,
T-shirts
what I mean?
at Target, yes. T-shirts sold on Etsy, maybe not.
Yeah, out of a van,
right.
All right, what else we have here?
I don't know. I had a question for Steve.
Oh, go ahead.
Lay it on me, Mom.
Whipped cream on your hot chocolate, though.
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Just wanted to.
I say yes.
All right. Cool.
I will. Sometimes I am fine without it, depending on how creamy the hot chocolate is in and of itself. The Colebrook Tale, Kathy, the Polar Express train.
chocolates.
Yes.
Yeah.
That hot chocolate. There is a local chocolatier right near where the train departs from, and they go there and they basically, and Nick, I think we talked about, it's basically melted chocolate that you're drinking.
I haven't had that one, Steve, but I had the one in Center City. I think it's at the Ritz. It was delicious. It was also by far the most expensive hot chocolate I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
It was like $18. And it's one of those things where like it ends up kind of looking like, the over-the-top Bloody Marys.
Yeah,
like they put way too much stuff in there. That's kind of what, there's a cookie in there and a candy cane sticking out or whatever, but it ends up being damn delicious.
Completely decadent.
All right. Art, what time are our guests, Casey?
9 a.m.
All right. Do we need to wrap it up now?
I want to hear one more story.
All right, one more. All right. So here's how spicy food is good for you. All right, spicy food offers a number of health benefits, from speeding up your metabolism to reducing gut inflammation.
Yeah. You crap your brains out.
Capsaicin, the compound found in spicy peppers, can give your body a kickstart in burning fat and using energy, apparently. And you may also feel fuller, faster when you eat spicy foods.
Yeah, it's like an appetite suppressant type of thing, right?
That's what we understand, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember when that, like the all the rage a few years back, probably like 10 years ago, was that
the lemon cayenne.
The lemon cayenne.
Remember, wait, we tried it.
We did.
I lasted less than 24 hours.
And you switched to Meatloaf.
It was. I felt like I had the flu. I was like sick from it.
Was it a cleanse or was it just a?
Yeah, it was. It was like, and people went for like, how long did you do it for, Case?
5 days.
Yeah, you. I remember you making it. My aunt did it for like a few weeks, and
you still visit their funerals.
No. I mean, yeah, Nick, it was some sort of cleanse. And
what was in it?
It was cayenne pepper, lemons, and mine had a little bit of maple syrup in it. I don't know if yours did, Case.
I think so too, yeah.
And you added that to water?
Yeah, added that to water. It was basically like a lemonade.
And that's all you had, right?
I vaguely
that was
remember this.
it. I felt like I had the freaking flu. And they were like, it's the toxins coming out of your body. I was like, well, I don't care. I want a burger.
So you were fasting? You would just have that for the whole day?
Just that.
Well, and then how many
Casey
days
went
in a
5
row?
days.
I went 5 days.
Just drinking that and not eating any food?
Nope.
You could have like almonds if you like felt like me.
No, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound healthy.
That seems, yeah. And they found out a lot of those trendy cleanses, quote unquote, at that time were just drink Dove soap.
Well, it's still the same thing. Even the cleanses now. It's not like most of them are.
I'll tell you what,
not
though,
doing
with
anything.
the squeezed, you like I was just talking with Paula here at the station. The that you feel full. You don't feel like you're going to urinate blood.
Yeah, there's actual like calories and stuff.
Yeah.
By the way, a fiery palate has also been shown to boost your gut's microbiome, which can help your immune system and reduce inflammation. So if you like spicy food, supposedly it's better for you.
Do you ever have the situation where because your palate can handle a lot more of the spicy stuff?
No, it can't.
Oh, it can? I thought you could.
I'm a spice wimp.
Okay.
I mean, like I can handle about a jalapeno level, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So we'll get sometimes sushi comes with a whole jalapeno slice on it, and sometimes that's too much for me. And wasabi, I just need a little bit. I'm not real big on the spice.
My dad will go he'll go get like wasabi or whatever, super hot mustard, and just put a little bit of it on bread. That's his snack. He can eat that stuff like nobody's business.
My son was out with his friends last week, and they went into the supermarket and they bought habaneros.
Why?
Yeah, because they're well, because that's what the kids are doing. Like they have those spicy chips and stuff like that, and they've been banned from schools and stuff.
Right, like ghost pepper chips.
Yeah.
Takis and stuff are banned?
No, not Takis. It's one chip.
Oh, those.
It's like a ghost pepper chip.
There were videos all over social media, people crippled by these things.
The Takis, by the way,
they suck.
They're disgusting.
What are they?
Oh, they're good.
They're little tortilla chips.
They're spicy
hot
chips.
chips, but they're like
the
blue.
textures.
They're like the dye in them is ridiculous.
Yeah. And they taste bad?
No.
They're super hot, right?
I actually don't know how they taste. I just think they look terrible, and all the young kids are like,
Give me a Dorito over a Taki any day.
Okay.
Any day and every day. All day.
As long as I'm away.
Wait, I saw kids made popcorn, and then they crushed up the Takis and put it in the popcorn and mixed it up, and that was their snack.
No.
Wow.
I know, Nick, that Andrea loves Takis.
Yeah, I just find Takis to be a little more of an adventure in your mouth than a Dorito.
Why? It's because of the spice?
Yeah, well, it takes you on a bit of a journey, and so you start with the Taki.
It's like going into a sweat lodge.
You know what you're gonna
You're
get.
like Billy Jack.
When you pop the Dorito in your mouth, you know where you're gonna go. you're going to start off on one direction.
You're going to wake up singing Michael McDonald.
Midway through, you're going to be dealing with something else, and then after you have eaten that chip, there's another little bit of resurgence. It's an adventure for your mouth.
I got
Right,
you.
so I know nothing of this. Are they just super spicy?
They are spicy, but there's like a weird aftertaste kick to them.
It's like a spicy soury.
Yeah,
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of stuff that. Well, I'm trying to describe it. There's a whole bunch of stuff that happens when you have a Taki, whereas when you just have a Dorito, it's just kind of the basic flavor of nacho cheese chip.
Right.
Takis are a little bit different.
There's like a time release element to it?
A little bit, yeah.
I see what your issue is here. I go with the spicy Doritos, so it's a little bit more of an adventure than regular Doritos.
Are they labeled as spicy Doritos?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, spicy nacho.
I think if you're going to have like a Cool Ranch Dorito, there's some elements of change in that. But yeah, Takis are just a little bit different.
The best Dorito ever was the Sausalito Dorito. They were in the early to mid 90s, and then they just went away. They were the best ones.
Okay. Well, they're missing out. Maybe
Greatest Dorito of all.
Yeah. All right.
We're wrapping this up. That's it. No more. I want to go. You want to go get some meatloaf?
I want more meatloaf.
Yeah, me too. So we're going to take a break. We're going to have some more meatloaf. We're going to come back. We have a couple of guests on the show joining us, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
No, they got like, hey, like I play the guitar for so math and science. I don't necessarily if that's not what you're gonna do, you're not gonna take that wherever you go unless my brother's a chemist. He's a scientist. My sister's a math
and
teacher.
that's fine.
You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not knocking it. But,
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying make it more equal.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And we would be remiss if we didn't throw some love to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh, yeah.
Casey and I are huge fans of the show. NBC gave you the new home, which is very cool, which is wonderful. The show was on the brink of going away and came back, and it is I think one of the sharpest ensembles on television. You're a revelation on the show, as is Andre Brower, who just unbelievable. So everything, you're up and running.
Yes. Season 7 starts February 6th. We already have been picked up for season 8.
Nice.
That's the vote of confidence, man.
Why do you think it works
8
so well?
seasons. It's crazy.
Why do you think it works so well?
Because we love each other, man.
Yeah.
And this is the greatest thing ever. One thing I'm gonna preach right now.
Yeah.
Competition is the opposite of creativity. The opposite. We do not compete with each other as a cast.
Right.
When you see a show fall,
Yeah.
It's usually because the actors or somebody within there is competing with each other, and it causes the thing to blow up out of nowhere. We literally are all operating on our own levels, creating and encouraging each other. We are a true family, man. I don't know what else to say.
And everyone gets their moment. And also, you allow the self-deprecation, the stuff that they have you doing is hilarious.
I love it.
And again, a lot of people forget, out of the gate, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was sort of the sweetheart. It won, I think, a Golden Globe for
Golden
Best
Globe.
Comedy Series and so on and so forth. And then suddenly, I'm like, what the F? This show is great, and why are they getting rid of it for? Now, this far into it has got to be the ultimate, acknowledgement. And also that when you have a fan base, you talk about the connection to the fan base, that actually was vocally going after making sure the show came back.
Well, I got something to say. When you're talking about Nielsen ratings, that's that 18 to 35 and the whole thing. But just as the deal, and you want to talk about math and science, if you really want to get a good gauge on what people are watching, you need a bigger pie. But the Nielsen is literally only 5,000 homes.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. I'm going, hey. But let me tell you what happened. The internet.
Yeah.
The internet spoke for us. They literally went nuts. And they got like 100 million people saying, wait a minute, why did you cancel this show? And for NBC to pick us up, man, and to give us the love.
Yes.
To give us that kind of love. What can I say? And now you're talking about in an era where you get maybe 10 episodes, and they call it 2 seasons. You know what I mean? We're well over 170 episodes. I mean, literally in the can.
A good friend of the show, Kate Flannery, has appeared on the show as well.
Kate's great.
And everyone that goes through, it's just nothing. It's just great things about the environment on the show. I also have to bring up the fact you were in Deadpool 2.
Yes. For a second.
For a second.
Oh, that was a big troll. We trolled everybody on that one.
was that like? Because you know, he is so talented, Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, my God.
And we get the impression that there's just a lot of free lines going on right and left. What was the experience like working on that?
It was an amazing experience because I love Ryan, but the big thing was the trick was we were going to troll everybody.
Yeah, and you did.
Because I knew instantly that I was going to die right away. Okay, but so I went on a whole press tour. Like you got to, but see, this is the thing. Fanboys deserve that.
Yeah.
Because they go out of their way to figure it all out. I already know. You know what I mean? I got the spoiler.
Doesn't that take the enjoyment out of it?
Oh, they want to. Yeah. I'm like, hey, we got something for you. You should have seen at the premiere. They were like, hey, what is going on? No.
I mean, because everyone dies.
Oh, and Ryan knew that. And Ryan was like, he's the smartest guy ever. He's like, he actually gave them a real surprise.
Right, yeah.
Because they thought for sure that I was, Terry Crews is finally in a Marvel movie. What the hell's happening? And it was so good, dude.
Ryan's ahead of the game with, he's a few steps ahead of everybody else with the joke. You know?
he is.
He knows where the joke is going before you know where the joke is going.
He's amazing.
Well, he's a perfect example of taking, because the first appearance of Deadpool was in a substandard. I mean, listen, it was okay, but he knew that it should be something, and he stuck with the project for years.
Yes.
And would not relent.
Yep.
But you gotta listen. First of all, there's two people you can't imagine, you know, as any other thing. There's Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Dude, there's nobody else that can take that spot.
You're right.
You know what I mean? And that, to me, that's the ultimate. Like, this is where I want to be. I want to be irreplaceable.
Yeah.
I want to be like, you got to get Terry Crews, or you're missing it. And that's my goal. Like, in everything that I do, I want it to just be me. And that's what the ultimate in creativity is. You know what I mean? And when you got Ryan, when he created that character, he made it his. I can't even see it any other way. It was an honor.
Well, I think now you can say we need a Terry Crews type, and people know exactly what you're looking for. So you've reached that. Any shot of you returning? It has, because it's happened before, as a in the Marvel universe or DC.
Ooh, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. In fact, when you look at Deadpool, I didn't die. I was literally on life support at the end. I was laying on the ground. They were pumping my chest.
It's true.
Beep, beep, beep. So anything can happen.
I'd love to see that.
I'm open to all of it because I can.
Yeah.
My deal is to always keep people surprised. I like to pop out of your cereal box. You know what I mean? Like, what is he doing? What is this? I literally, because this is the thing. Everyone had me at this kind of career.
Yeah.
And my deal is, you know, you can do anything. I want to show people I exist to show you what's possible. And that's for real.
Well, but the truth of the matter is whenever we see you, and this is the ultimate compliment, we know it's going to be a good time. You're in so many things that we enjoy. That, you know, in our microcosm here, when people say, like, when they listen to the show and it gets into a tough time or something, that's the ultimate compliment. You're that exponentially with so much that you do in those projects. That's got to be, you know, that's got to be so fulfilling.
But this is why, again, growing up in Flint, Michigan, and the whole log line was, you're going to hate your life. So, you know, you got to get ready to make the sacrifice right now. You know, and I was like, no. I am only going to do what I love.
Yeah.
If I make a little bit of money, fine. But I'm only going to do what I love. But you know what happens? Everything I'm doing now, I would do for free. I'll be honest with you. I'll do AGT for free. I would do Brooklyn Nine-Nine for free. But what happens is, when you love it that much, they pay you a lot of money.
Well, that is the advice I tell our interns. Or my father, both Preston and I fathers gave us the same advice. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Right.
And you will naturally excel at it because you will invest the time in it. And with that will come the reward.
Dude, I feel like I am playing all the time. I've just said play. And when I get there, it's like, my God, who gets this? Who gets this? You know what I mean?
Well, you deserve it, man.
It's
You really
wonderful.
do.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. America's Got Talent, Mondays, 8 o'clock, and it's the Champions that's going on right now.
That's it.
Make sure that you check it out, dude. We loved you here last time you were here. We absolutely loved it. You got to come back anytime you're in Philly. We love having you here.
I love coming
You're
here,
such a
guys.
positive energy force. So.
Anyway, first of all, when people talk about this stuff too, people kind of there's people who like roll their eyes, like, yeah, Mr. Positive. But first of all, it's true.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything that's not true. No. And this is the deal. Because what's happening is your brain is like, it grows weeds. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And you constantly got to pluck that junk out.
Yeah.
All the crap, all the little stuff, all that mess. You got to always, this is why you have to clean your house. This is why you have to dust all the time. Because if you leave it there, it's going to get dirty and it's going to get messed up. So this is the part of being positive, is reminding myself what's true, what's real. Like, it is up to you. You can do it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it's not hyperbole. It's not, oh, man, we're pie in the sky. This is for real stuff, man. I don't want anybody to mix it up and think that I'm just like blah, blah.
No, we firmly believe in what you're saying, creative visualization, seeing the prize and going after it. People who dispense and dismiss it will pay the price for it. And there's so much to be gleaned if you allow yourself to buy into it and move forward, because ultimately everyone wants everyone to realize their optimum, their maximum, and that's something that you can achieve.
I'm with it, man.
It's not just crap.
I'm with it.
I love
Let's go. I'm pumped now. Let's work out again. I don't want to be your whore.
Perfect segue. Let's hear it for Terry Crews. Love you, man. Thanks for being here. Terry Crews.
TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but MeTV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right, that's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the moon.
If my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah. To the moon, essentially, was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They loved
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too.
Yeah.
Because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take your back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of
Actually, a lengthy
Strokes
conversation about it earlier today, but there was just to reiterate this and bring you up to speed because we have a guest on the line. At the Eagles game over the weekend, a fan passed out, and it seemed to be pretty serious.
Yes, it was.
A person was turning blue. There's some blood involved and all, and stopped breathing. But fortunately, there were two people nearby that were able to help. And it just so happens that one of them was wearing a pink dress and painted face because he's a mummer. And we wanted to get these two together because one's a nurse, one's a doctor. This person who was the victim in this case is recovering, and
Yes.
it's got a great ending to it. So some music, please. Yes. As he came straight from the Mummers Parade, we would like to welcome both Nurse Natalie Spencer and Dr. Vincent Basile. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, and by the way, Doc, did I get your last name right? Is it Basile?
Yeah, Basile. Yeah, it's correct.
Okay, excellent. So, and you guys are joining us via Zoom, so we could see you for a moment there, and you guys were chatting back and forth. Is this the first time you guys have had a chance to speak since the game?
Yes, it is.
Nice. All right. Well,
Yeah, first time.
glad we could bring you guys back together. First of all, Natalie, where do you work as a nurse?
I am director of nursing at Saratoga Center in Pottstown, Pennsylvania.
Oh, you're the director?
All right, you got that's top level talent there that helped this poor person.
And then, doctor, how about you? Where do you work?
I'm an emergency medicine resident at Einstein in North Philadelphia.
Okay, an emergency medicine. Okay, so that means you're in the ER, I assume, right?
Yes, yeah.
We need
that's
to
how we
pitch
start
the show
working.
now.
So, go ahead, Steve.
Okay, so I had this idea that, and you guys, listen, if you want to be part of the script writing process, we can work on it together. But it is mummer, ER, mum-er with the ER. And I'm figuring the next step for ER where everyone has to dress as mummers.
Yeah.
Because if you stop and think about it, if you have a traumatic experience, what is more upbeat and likely to contribute to your recovery than mummers music and parading around? Think about it.
Yeah,
you don't
think
have to
about
commit
that.
to it now.
Yeah. All right, so this must have been pretty wild because, in fact, walk us through the beginning. First of all, Dr. Vincent, which group are you with? Which mummers crew?
I walk with Cara Leone. They're one of the Wench Brigades.
One of the Wench Brigades. All right, so you're not in a string band. You don't perform. You don't play any instruments or anything like that?
No, I don't play any instruments or anything. I just kind of, come out the day and walk around.
That's
open heart massage.
Yeah, right. Exactly. All right. So, Natalie, walk us through, because you were the first to the person who was having the episode. Walk us through what happened, and then we'll take it over over to Vince when he got there.
Sure. It was sometime during the second quarter. I had heard a little commotion going on behind me. Initially, I didn't realize it was an emergency. I thought, Philadelphia Eagles game, something was going on. There were a decent amount of Saints fans in our section. But the sound of the commotion changed, and I peeked over my shoulder and noted that there was a man laying on the steps, on his back with his feet up at the top of the steps, his head towards the bottom, all his weight on his head.
Uh-huh.
Initially, I thought head injury. I asked my son, I turned to my son, I said, you need to stay here. I'm going to run up there and see if I can help him. I got about halfway up to him, and he started turning blue by the time I got to him. He was basically purple.
Wow.
And it was, he was only maybe roughly 10 rows behind me. So that quickly he turned color.
Okay, so as you work your way over there, I would imagine people are standing around going, "What the hell's going on?" Did you have to come in and announce, "Hey, I'm a nurse. Let me take a look at him"?
I'd say about halfway in my run up the steps, somebody yelled, "We need somebody medical." And as I'm running, I yelled, "I'm a nurse."
Okay, all right. And so did you start getting to work on him, or were you just assessing before Dr. Vincent came along?
Honestly, I couldn't do anything because he was still on his head. Okay. I was looking up at the people, and I'm yelling, "We need to get him off his head."
Yeah.
I don't think anybody wanted to touch him because, he's on his head. They're probably thinking neck injury.
Right.
Nobody did anything until Vincent made his way up there.
Okay.
And he said, "I'm a doctor. We need to get him off his head."
So you hear, "I'm a doctor. We need to get him off his head." And then you turn around, you see a man with a pink face. With a pink and orange face. Did you ask to see any credentials?
You must be from Mum ER.
No, it was Mummer's Day.
Right.
So, and I'm a nurse. I've worked with doctors my whole career. I know there are people outside of work. So I'm sure it fazed everybody else. It didn't faze me. I don't know if I said it out loud or just in my head, but all I was thinking was, thank God.
Yeah.
like somebody's here to help.
Oh, well, that's awesome. I mean, I'm sure you would have handled the situation fine. You know, you're a trained medical professional.
I can't get anything on this skirt.
What did you do when you walked into the situation? And how did you find out, Doc, that something was going on, by the way?
Yeah, so I was like a couple more rows down too. I've been like a diehard Eagles fan my whole life, so I was pretty locked into the game at this point.
Yeah.
My girlfriend I was with at the time, I think at some point, like you said, in the second quarter, she starts like kind of hitting on my shoulder, and she's like, "Hey, like I think something's going on up there. Maybe you should like go check it out." Because same as Nelly said, I'd like was kind of blowing it off at first because noise happens all the time at the Eagles games.
Right.
So then I kind of, I ran up there. I kind of get there. Like I said, Nelly's already there. And that's like, I introduced myself. I think, a lot of security was huddled around him, really didn't believe me. I don't think at first. I think I'd do like a little convincing or like, just got to say it again.
Yeah.
It's a hard sell at that point.
Yeah, it is.
Listen, I know this doesn't look like this, but I'm actually a doctor.
Like rainbow face paint, pit vipers, the whole nine. Like not.
Was that even in your mind at the time? That because I would imagine you go into work mode at that point and maybe forget that you're wearing a pink dress and have an orange face.
Yeah, I mean, after the initial thing, I was like, I know it doesn't look like it, but like I'm a doctor, and then like once I kind of saw him, I kind of went into work mode. I mean. Everyone was kept asking, like, did you keep the glasses on the whole time? I was like, I honestly forgot they were on.
Oh, my God.
All right, so what did you guys do to get to some of the specifics to bring this guy around?
Vince was on one side, I was in the middle, somebody else came around the other side. Somebody counted to 3, I don't know who. We all moved the man off his head and onto his back.
We actually have audio of the guy counting to 3. So
1, 2, 3.
Frank Rizzo is there.
Frank Rizzo.
All right, so you get the guy on his back, and then what happens?
Vince checked his pulse, said it was really thready.
Okay.
Looked at me, said start compressions till they get an AED here. If you need me to, I can take over.
Oh, okay.
And so you started administering the treatment. And Vince, the good fortune of having a nurse right there as well, it was as perfect a timing situation as you could get. You must have been very relieved that Natalie was there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was easily the best part of it there. I mean, this is the first time I've ever done something like this out in the field or anything like that. Normally I'm working in a hospital. I have an entire medical staff, multiple nurses, techs, there's like a respiratory, everyone's there.
Right.
So just to have like someone else there that, just have someone that could be like, kind of cool, calm and collected.
Right.
Understand everything that's going on. Cause, a lot of the other people are kind of like, quiet or, a little nervous or stuff like that around there. So to just have somebody else that's kind of in the same mode as I am and able to kind of help them out was perfect.
So directing her to do the chest compressions, was that so that you could monitor what vitals you were able to get on the person?
Yeah, I mean, I had her start, and I just kind of went through my whole everything I would normally do in like the hospital. Kind of checking everything out. Monitoring, see if his breathing's getting better, see if the color is getting better, trying to feel for a pulse still.
Right.
We were a little unsure on the pulse, but what we had in there, we have like someone who's really not breathing that well. He's blue in the face. He's not moving. A questionable pulse. Without all the equipment, it's better to err on the side of caution for that. And just kind of start doing everything we can for him is kind of where we started from there.
How long were you guys with him before some of the medical professionals that were working that day got there?
I'd say now he was doing CPR for about like a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Okay.
I think I kind of jumped in for like maybe another minute. And then he started coming around at that point.
Yep.
The color came back in his face, everything like that. I would say that, roughly about, 10 minutes, maybe. I feel like they got there by the time, like the paramedics, something like that. Like 10 minutes, I would say, since everything started.
And as he came around, what was the first thing that he said?
he asked for the score of the Eagles game.
What did you say to him?
I was like, I'm not worried about that right now.
That might kill you.
I'm sorry if this was already disclosed, but do we know what the diagnosis was? Like what happened? What happened?
We do, but
You know, Okay.
out of respect for the family.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Just give us his PIN number if you wouldn't mind. No. So we've had a couple of high-profile situations now that where emergency response has made, and quick response has made all the difference in the world. So to people who are saying, "Oh God, I don't know, what if that was to happen next to me in the stands?" What would you recommend that people should do? What should they get up to speed on? It sounds like one of the key elements is obviously trying to stay calm. But what would you? I mean, a CPR, obviously CPR, all that stuff. But what is the best way for people to get up to functional speed to perhaps handle a situation like this?
Well, in CPR and first aid training, the first thing that they tell you to do is, if you're the responder, make sure that you assign somebody else to call 911 or go get help. So then that way, emergency services are on their way while you have to do what you have to do. And airway, breathing, circulation.
ABCs.
ABCs.
Right. Now, I do have a question because you guys were at a football game. You had been at the parade. It's a long day. Let's just say you're a medical professional and you've had a few beers at that particular moment, and which wouldn't be, as long as you're not on call, out of the ordinary to relax and have a good time, and you see an emergency take place. Are you hesitant to step in and help out if you've been inebriated before and not necessarily in this particular case?
No. It sobers you up real fast.
I would imagine.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's definitely like a very sobering moment. I mean, it really puts you in the work mode pretty quick.
I would imagine the rule is if you can help. I mean, you just
call 911, get me a vodka and Coke.
Yeah.
Did you get a drink or something for free after you saved that man's life?
They didn't give it in?
No. I actually spilled my beer when I placed it down the run up after him.
That is we got it. No,
I'm doing this right now. I'm going to give you, by the way, Natalie, I'm going to give you a case of Voodoo Ranger Fruit Force IPA from our friends at Voodoo Ranger Fruit Force IPA. So we're going to give you a case of beer. All right.
Now, I would also recommend that, any adult out there, especially if you're a parent, new parent, or whatever, get certified in CPR. It's the class. I mean, it's a Saturday afternoon. You can get certified CPR first aid.
You can dress like a mummer.
Yeah, we did that. I lived on a cul-de-sac, and we had a CPR instructor come to our house, and it was me and my neighbors. It's not a bad thing to just know how to do.
Absolutely.
And it's really not. It's not that difficult.
How often do you have to get recertified? It's like every couple of years?
CPR was every year or every 2 years, is it?
Every 2 years.
And Natalie says 2.
Yeah. First aid was like 4. At least that's when I was a lifeguard, which I always thought was weird because CPR is easier to remember than first aid.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of first aid that you need to know.
By the way, Natalie, with CPR, the most, because I took it years ago, but they say now mainly to focus on the chest compressions and not necessarily mouth to mouth, correct?
Correct. Yeah. They used to teach us ABCs. Now it's CAB. So
really?
Circulations first. Keep the circulation going.
Okay. Interesting. Wow. Well, you guys did a great thing. Have you had a chance to speak to the person that was incapacitated and that you helped out yet?
I haven't. I spoke with the family.
Okay.
All right, we hope they're doing well. See, we haven't heard anything, so obviously you can't betray, but that's the word, which is wonderful. You guys did a wonderful thing, and I think all of this cluster, these events, have convinced a lot of people. I know I'm gonna do it. Is to just get up to speed on what you should do when someone is in distress like this. So, and obviously the best thing to do is get a professional if you can get that. And you guys were you were at the right place at the right time. So that's awesome.
By the way, there's somebody texted and said that you guys were invited by Darius Slay's wife to be her guest at the Eagles game. Is that true?
So there's a Twitter thread. We both responded. So.
Okay.
Because I saw it. She's looking for your contact.
Yes.
All right.
I actually reactivated my Twitter for it. I hadn't been on Twitter for like 4 or 5 years.
And by the way, Dr. Vince, since you were dressed, or I should say Dr. Basile, you were dressed as a mummer, what are they calling you at the ER now? Have you gotten any nicknames from that event?
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of Dr. Mummer now.
Dr. Mummer.
Well, the mummers
like
have to
that.
be proud as hell. Look at it. You know, you're now in the pantheon of mummers.
Yeah, they're excited for the mummers. I mean, we get a lot of negative news the last couple of years. Mostly all of it's been negative, so it's nice to get some positive news out there for the mummers.
Absolutely.
And Natalie, real quick, you don't have to answer this if you don't. How's your son? Because that can be sort of a traumatic experience for a child. Is he okay?
He is. I asked him the next day or 2 days later, just kind of do a little check-in and how do you feel about everything that happened? And he said, well, I'm kind of sad and I'm kind of happy. And I said, well, what makes you sad? And he said, well, the man was hurt and he needed help and the Eagles lost.
Yeah.
Well, but on the happy side, while you were away, he had his first beer. So that was great.
Maybe that's why it was spilled.
But he was happy watching you in action and help out, I assume?
He was happy that the end result was that the man is okay.
Oh, that's great. So awesome.
All right, well,
you guys are great.
Yep, great job. Thank you guys for checking in this morning and have fun at that game you eventually get to go to, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Natalie and Vincent. A happy ending outside of the game at the Eagles game this last week.
If you think about 3 pretty profound stories that are one right after another having good turnout.
Yeah, that's true.
So you figure, so how did 2023 start off? There was a bunch of bad stuff, but that immediately rebounded.
Turned around, yeah.
So, yeah,
Okay.
that's a positive.
That's a good way to look at things.
Are you saying the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl?
Absolutely. Me and Paige Baranek.
Paige Baranek. I listen to everything she says.
All right, real quick, I want to do a couple of shartouts, if you don't mind.
Sure.
This one says, hey, I'd like to request shout-out for my son, Flynn. He loves it when y'all talk about space.
Just like Kathy.
And in fact, that's what they wrote, just like Kathy. Robots, weather, and basically all things science. This guy is a genius. His birthday is on Friday the 6th, and I know you run on Pierre Standard Time when it comes to shout-outs and dates, but we listen to the podcast every day, even if we listen to the show on the same day. And my son also loves poop and fart jokes. Oh, by the way, he's turning 6.
Oh,
and I don't recall ever hearing a shout-out for a 6-year-old, and I've been a listener since high school, 20-plus years ago. But I know that he would pee himself laughing if he heard. Love you guys. That's Roy Orr from Philly. So here you go. That is a shout out for your son, Flynn.
Did you ever entertain the name Flynn for your...
No.
'Cause you're a Tron fan.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
And Flynn was the main guy in the movie, Jeff Bridges. So, no, that would have been an awesome idea. I would have had a Flynn probably if I would have thought of it back then. And then, let me see. I'll do one more quick. These all for later on. No, I'll do this one. Okay. It says, hey, Preston. This is from Terry Milby, by the way. It says, longtime listener from Delco here in Boothwyn. Wanted to share a story with you guys. I went to the Winter Classic in Boston. Met a guy from Dracut, Massachusetts.
Dracut?
Jeremy Goldberg. Yeah. He's a huge fan of the morning show. He knew everything about you guys and wants to attend the Cardboard Classic one day. Wondering if you could give him a shout out. He listens to you every day online, and I know he'd be so happy if you could do that. Thank you so much, and you guys rock. So that's Terry Milby, and it's a shout out for Jeremy Goldberg in Dracut, Massachusetts.
She was DMing me last night on Instagram, and so I asked her to send it via email because,
Drackball.
Instant message DM kind of gets lost in the sauce or whatever. But then she sent me some pictures from the Winter Classic. To be honest, I had completely forgotten that the Winter Classic was. And it was at Fenway this year, which is a great place to have it. But I completely bypassed all that. But the pictures that she sent were really cool. So thanks, Terry. It looked really neat.
Nice. Nick, I was on, maybe it was the Gram last night, and some guy, he shook Wayne Gretzky's hand. I guess Gretzky was at the Classic. And I guess right after he shook the dude's hand, the Bruins scored a goal. And but I was like, wait a second, there was a Winter Classic? I saw no fanfare.
No, I agree.
That.
It's out of left field. Yeah. You guys talking about it right now.
Used to be a bigger deal.
I think it just, and then the pandemic had something to do with it. The Flyers had an outdoor game at Tahoe 2 seasons ago, maybe, and that was in the shortened season. So anyway, I'm glad that it's back because it is a cool event.
All right, you know what? I better clear out the junk drawer. We don't have a whole lot of time, but I do have a couple of stories that are unrelated to each other, and I need to get them out into the world. So here we go. see if I can. Here we go. Kathy, you probably already saw this, but Bed Bath & Beyond is running short on cash and may file for bankruptcy protection within the next few weeks.
They had just closed a whole bunch of stores.
I think they closed all of them. I think they're all solely online.
Is that it?
What about the Wynwood one? That one's huge. Well, they're all huge, really.
I'm pretty sure. Let me look it up.
I thought they reduced their number of stores in an effort to delay this or stop it, obviously. And so do they give an ETA, Preston?
No, it says it's a publicly traded company, so that it had to issue a growing concern warning that it might not be able to pay its bills soon. The company is losing customers to big box retailers and online competitors. Wait, it's a big box.
It is a big
retailer.
box.
Yeah. Come on.
And online competitors.
Big hairy box.
I don't think it would be more.
Disco box.
Okay, so there are still some locations that are open, but the only Pennsylvania location is in Wynwood.
No kidding.
So,
okay.
Is it time for Bed Bath and Kathy? So that you become the face of it? I love Bed Bath & Beyond.
I loved it too.
I did
You know
too.
what? They tried to sort of change the footprint of their store, and they brought in more furniture, and it didn't help them. And they ended up closing. They had renovated these stores. They brought in all this new merchandise, and shortly after it was done, they ended up having to close all those stores.
One of the conundrums of the Bed Bath & Beyond was always that it was laid out in it was very dense.
Yeah.
It's very, but I used to love that you would get the gadgets, you'd get the Keurigs, you get all that stuff. And then we talk about point of purchase at the cash register.
Oh, yeah.
They had tons of stuff you would impulse buy.
All right, couple of corrections here. A number of people are texting in that, Kathy, your information is incorrect. Jenkintown is still open. It says there's a Bed Bath & Beyond in King of Prussia near Target. The one in Newtown is still open, it says.
No, the Bed Bath & Beyond in Plymouth Meeting, or no?
I didn't say anything about Plymouth
Oh,
Meeting.
it said near Target. I don't know.
King
This
of
right
Prussia.
here, this is the Philadelphia Inquirer. It says
Okay.
the only one is in Wynwood, the Wynwood Shopping Center.
It says Exton is still open. Newtown, PA store is still open.
right, well.
The one in KOP is still open.
No, the one in KOP is not open.
And by the way, it's not Dracut, it's Dracut. I was pronouncing that town.
God, Dracut.
God, Dracut.
Okay. All right. So, Kathy, you'll know better than any of us. If I go to Bed Bath & Beyond and I'm in the store and I want to buy this bedspread, and I go online and I want to buy the bedspread, is it the same price?
Not always.
Okay. Because, shouldn't they in the stores,
Incentivize?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, hey, you're going to get this
In the brick and
cheaper.
mortar? Yes.
You're going to get this cheaper at the brick and mortar.
I
right?
think that, but you're fighting this force that is online shopping.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, I always look to support, if I can, a store.
I really, we just had Christmas. I love going to the store. You know what I mean? I like online shopping, but I there's something about going to the store and
I'm going to take you to a store. Really? And I'm going to take you out for ice cream afterwards.
No way.
All right.
That's 2 stores. That's 2 stores.
No, I agree. It's fun when you can do that. I used to love it. We were talking about Stranger Things earlier, Preston, about mall culture and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
God, that used to be a fun thing to do.
That was all day.
The family would go all day.
You could smoke cigarettes inside the mall. Remember that?
Case, the whole online and in-store thing, I mean, it's like you should actually check, because there's a lot of times, even at stores that you walk into every day, that there'll be something, and it goes both ways, but you'll check something and it's cheaper online. And
I've done that.
If you tell them, they will honor that price for you, but it's up to you to figure that out.
Right.
All right.
The only Bed Bath & maybe.
Well, no. So I pulled up their website and their locations, and there are still a number of locations in our area. The people texting in were right. So Wilmington, Delaware, Deptford, Exton, Cherry Hill, Warrington. So there's still a bunch of stores that are open. But I know that they did make a huge shift to more online sales when they had to close all of those stores.
Right.
Another listener texted in, it should be called Bed Cath and Beyond.
Bed Bath & Beyond.
I like that.
And beyond. And beyond. All right, I have some other stories here. Let's dive in. Oh, warning. We're diving. All right, next. Bessie Hendricks, believed to be the oldest person in the world or in the U.S., died She was 115.
Wow. My mom's going to a funeral today for a woman who was 102.
Oh my gosh.
That's how old my great grandmother lived.
No kidding. Yeah. So my mom works at the Assisi House, which is it's basically a retirement. Yeah, but it's a retirement home for nuns, and so this lady was a nun.
Wow,
and
she was
102 years old.
Marissa's grandmother was 103, 101, 100,
101.
101.
Okay.
There was a lot of love in the family.
Bessie was born November 7, 1907.
Wow.
Graduated high school in May 9th.
Oh, goddamn bad bets and beyond.
And graduated high school in May 1926.
That's wild.
What's wild is the amount of crap that she had to live through. World War I, World War II, the Great Depression.
But you got to see the 18.
The Korean War, the Vietnam. Yeah.
Oh, that face.
He's so good looking.
He's so good looking.
Yeah.
And Mr. T, well, I love him too. B.A.
Yeah, she saw a lot. A lot happened. You know, a lot of world events take place, including the 18.
It's wild to think about that. That's why it's always well, obviously it's a horrible thing when someone, like it's attacked an older you go through all this and you should be in the best part of your life, and those things happen. But we're talking
what happened?
Well, I'm saying when you see like people like preying on old people, like jumping, and somebody who is,
Oh, yeah, like a scammer or something like that?
You've gone through all this
ridiculous
in your life, and then you end up a victim of that kind of crap.
Yeah. What if they were a real douchebag, though?
Yeah, then they deserve it.
Okay.
I admit it, I was kind of a prick.
There are people that live to be very old that are not nice people or have not been nice people. So scam on them.
Yeah.
Do your research.
Yeah.
Before you go ripping old people off.
Are you a bad person?
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty bad. Okay, then I have a great real estate deal for you.
Right. She had 5 children. She and her husband, Paul, were together for 65 years. He passed away in 1995.
Their youngest was 11.
In an interview in 2019, Bessie and her family credited working hard, eating sweets, and staying away from doctors as her secrets. It's always these people that live to be 110 years old that they say it's the booze, it's the
cigarettes,
sex.
it's unprotected sex,
it's
licking hobos,
Yes.
eating roadkill, and sometimes drinking your own piss.
The bottom line is genetics have a whole lot to do with that stuff, and taking care of yourself to some extent. But there are some people that just have whatever it is, whatever that magic thing is, that will allow them to live for a long time. By the way, in April, Guinness World Records had confirmed that a French nun named Sister Andre is the world's oldest person at 118 years and 73 days old.
Now, stop and think about it. Okay, with that, that's what we know through. There are a load of people out there that are way off the grid, that are unaccounted for, that are in more rural parts of the world that may have exceeded that we're completely unaware of.
Yeah.
How come it's always women that are the oldest?
Women live longer.
Yeah, I wonder why.
They're smarter.
Well, I don't think it's
probably are.
that. They're not necessarily.
I'm not giving up the secret, ponytail.
I wonder why, on average, women tend to live longer.
It is just the case.
The women in my family on both sides of my family tree have way outlived the men.
That is diminishing. The gap is diminishing as through stress, heart attacks, things of that nature, things that have plagued men for a long time are now, sadly, women are experiencing a lot of that as well.
Here, biological differences help explain women's higher longevity. Scientists believe that estrogen in women combats conditions such as heart disease by helping reduce circulatory levels of harmful cholesterol.
I eat a tub of Cool Whip a day.
Women are also thought to have stronger immune systems than men.
Yeah, like Kathy's immune system.
I just say not this woman.
Yeah, she's bulletproof.
There are exceptions.
Let's see.
I don't know how this happened, but you have rickets.
Part of the answer is behavioral, though. Men are more likely to smoke than women and are also more likely to take risks, making them more susceptible to life-threatening injuries.
So you're saying guys are cooler.
Yeah.
Well, Fonzie.
Yeah.
By the way, researchers have found that the gender gap in life expectancy is smallest for the wealthy and highly educated, suggesting that broadening access to quality health care, diet, and other advantages can help men achieve a level of longevity closer to that of women.
It's got to be the goat yoga.
Maybe that's it. It's all the rage. All right, let's see. Other junk drawer stories. Let me dive in here. Okay.
I
right.
can jump off the high dive.
So in October 2021, back when he was still the co-owner of the Sixers, billionaire Michael Rubin purchased a 60% stake in NFT company Candy Digital, which produced NFTs for Major League Baseball and Stranger Things and others via his sports merchandise firm Fanatics. But on Wednesday, just 15 months later, Rubin said he was divesting his stake in the NFT company. He's bailing on it.
And this, you and I have had a problem with all this NFT stuff over the years. Like, so what does that do for you? And so finally, here you have a big money investor saying, no.
Yeah, I've had a hard time understanding NFTs and what I can understand in the digital realm is if, let's say, you are a gamer, you're like a big time gamer, and you purchase things for your avatar in the game world, weapons and clothing and things like that to make it more exciting for you. I can see spending money on those digital items. The NFT thing just didn't seem...
Well, because it doesn't carry the same weight as to say, this graphic, I own this graphic.
Yeah.
You know,
but what do you
own?
So apparently he wrote an internal email to Fanatics that said over the past year, it has become clear that NFTs are unlikely to be sustainable or profitable as a standalone business. Aside from physical collectibles, trading cards, driving 99% of the business, we believe digital products will have more value and utility when connected to physical collectibles to create the best experience for collectors.
As a value added, I can see that. But if that is the only thing, I have no interest whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like you guys all have art hanging in your home, right? We have a print, of a famous, piece of artwork. I mean, that's essentially what it is. This is art, right? And other people can own prints of this art, but you own the original. You own the Mona Lisa.
Right, but but still the not.
I don't get it. I'm not going to buy an NFT.
Yeah, the difference between a print and the original on the canvas, where you actually see the artist hand stroked onto that particular physical piece. That's a huge gap, I think. A leap between it's the digital
tactile
real thing and the digital. I can still look at it even though I don't own a thing.
Well, you know what I'll do? I'll just hit copy.
But I don't even know what you do.
I'll get a knockoff.
If everyone agrees that there is value to something, that's where these things started to spike in value.
Yes.
So there became this notion that these things all have value, and more people bought into that notion. When people like Michael Rubin start saying, you know what, maybe not, that leads other people to say, I think I kind of agree with Michael Rubin, and then therefore the value of any of these things completely starts to diminish.
And you know what it does? It also negates a large part of any of these things, which is the community and the sense of community of people who collect it, whether that be conventions where you go and you're looking through things and so on and so forth. It's a disconnected, cold aspect of something, and collecting anything is kind of it's a fun thing. It's by its nature a communal thing.
I agree. You know what? We need to talk to Michael Rubin about this.
Absolutely.
Let me get Michael Rubin on the phone.
I've tried getting him on several times. I know his assistant, and he was supposed to come to camp out one year, and that ended up not happening. I think Michael Rubin's a fascinating guy. He's got a lot of love for Philadelphia.
Could he buy us an elk?
He could probably buy us like 3 elk.
Just 3?
Well, I mean, for us.
Let's start there.
Non-fungible elk.
I don't want to overextend our elk request.
Understood. Yeah, you don't go big. You don't overdo that. You don't go big on elk.
Don't go big on elk.
Yeah.
You don't go out of the gate. You don't go elk.
Right.
So anyhow, they're bailing on that. So it might be a sign of the times. We'll see. All right. Let's go back into the junk drawer.
Ready?
You have time?
Yeah.
Okay.
One more.
Oh man. Okay.
Do 2 more. But just do half of the story.
No, Casey is the keeper of time. So, all right. How about this? I said this. Okay. So the Consumer Electronics show in Vegas.
I always wanted to go to that.
This year, Canadian-based baby gear startup Gluckskind is showing off its Ella AI-powered smart stroller. The smart stroller offers much of the same tech seen in autonomous cars and delivery robots including a dual motor system for uphill walks and automatic downhill brake assist. So this is for your baby stroller. It's a baby stroller,
right?
But it's AI.
I watched the video. Did you watch the video?
I did not.
It is the dumbest looking thing.
Is it?
It's like there's this very
futuristic
metro couple walking behind the baby. It's like we're looking for every way we can to disconnect from our child. I mean, literally, and they're walking holding hands while the stroller's moving in front of them, and it does have obviously the battery pack on the thing, and it's state of the art, looks kind of cool. But isn't that a way to sort of feel connected? Also, that whole thing of pushing it along is,
Yeah.
I mean,
Exercise.
No, the child looks like it's in a runaway, stroller.
No, connected's the right word,
Yeah.
Steve. Like with a Tesla on an autopilot, the Gluckskind stroller onboard technology has sensors that detect objects around it, but it's meant to serve as an extra pair of eyes and an extra set of hands, according to the company's website. Not a replacement for the caregiver. Because you just throw the child in there and go back out and go back inside.
I'm going to have a can of beer.
The Ella stroller is available to drive itself for hands-free strolling, but only when a child is not inside of it. So it uses cameras to monitor surroundings and navigate the sidewalk. So for parents who are probably understandably nervous about putting their baby in a stroller with a mind of its own, Gluckskind provided a YouTube video with some of the uses. With some use cases, a parent walking a stroller down a hill rushes to save a child's dropped toy that is rolling away. The stroller brakes on its own. And another demo, a child is tired of sitting in the stroller and wants to be carried, and the Ella strolls itself while the parent carries the child.
So that does make sense. All of these applications on this video that we're watching makes a lot more sense. What the original video where they introduced this thing had these two very sort of, they could care less, walking behind the stroller, and it just looked bad.
So this is, I think it's kind of like a self-propelled mower type of thing.
Basically.
Like you're getting assistance with the powered wheels. But yes, it won't just ride off on its own if you leave the child in there by itself.
I can see that. And it apparently achieves a top speed of 60 miles an hour.
Okay.
That's pretty great.
Yeah.
I was going to say there are some great videos of strollers taking off on their own.
Oh, I'll bet. With the kid in it?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Because some of them are like the new ones are designed to roll with such ease.
Yeah, right.
Like the
And
huge
make it light
tires.
and-
Yeah.
The self-driving technology isn't totally proven and certainly not ready for prime time just yet, but this is part of the Consumer Electronics Show. And a lot of times they bring things out and just kind of showcase them before they get them finalized.
Kathy, it has an onboard vacuum cleaner that sucks out the maggots that you
Oh, my God.
discover when you leave a
remember
sandwich in the pouch.
A tuna sandwich.
I'll tell you what. Here's the deal. When your child is born, take that $3,000 that you would normally spend on that stroller.
Yeah.
And invest it in something, all right?
Like NFTs.
NFTs.
Not an NFT, maybe an IRA or what are those things called? Mutual fund or whatever, okay?
Yeah.
And when that child is about to go to college, let's see what that $3,000 is, and then let's see what the stroller is 18 years later. Like, it is dumb. It is unnecessary.
Yeah.
It is.
You can be smarter with your money.
Yeah.
Good advice, Case. All right, that's it. Junk Drawer, wrapping it up because we need to take a break. We're going to come back and get you some more Bizarre Files stories in just a moment. Don't forget the Word of the Week prize. Of course, we are giving that away today at the end of the show. We'll be back in just a second. No sad bro. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
Because he wasn't his actual father.
Put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's... Like, that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Got a
Do you
blood
remember
relative.
in the Dick Van Dyke show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
The audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak to
what's
that.
You were traveling all day.
I was.
What's hairy, though?
I was going to say they handle everything.
They hairy your clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it hairy.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes and harries it correctly.
I'm sorry. and I snorted too.
Middletown man pleaded guilty Monday in federal court to trafficking protected turtles. 62-year-old David Summers of Levittown struck a plea agreement with federal prosecutors and pleaded guilty to one felony count of violating the Lacey Act and agreed to forfeit nearly 3,500 diamondback terrapin hatchlings, according to the U.S. Attorney Office for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Prosecutors said Summers admitted that he falsely labeled the trafficked turtles taken from the New Jersey marsh habitat between August 2014 and October 2017. He acknowledged sending a package containing 11 of them to Canada and mislabeling the package as a book to underreport its value. Officials from the Environment and Climate Change Canada intercepted the package of turtles and alerted American authorities.
Today marks a major step forward.
It's so bizarre.
Turtle.
Do you know where this guy was making a ton of money?
I had no idea they were worth that much.
He made $500,000 over 3 years.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go.
It's better than cocaine.
Shipping turtles.
Yeah.
Shipping turtles.
All right, so wait,
Do you have my stuff?
what did he get pinched for? Lying about it, or just
No,
shipping it in general?
Yeah, the package. The Canadian government intercepted the package, and then they contacted the United States.
So, yes, some of these endangered exotic animals can draw incredible money.
All right, so I can't go do that as a cottage industry.
No.
As long as I ship it and package it correctly.
No, you can't.
It doesn't matter. It's just straight up illegal. Okay.
Yes. Summers' sentencing will take place on May 15th. The 62-year-old could be sentenced to as many as 5 years behind bars, 3 years of supervised release, a $250,000 fine, and restitution to New Jersey for the value of the turtles.
Imagine you end up in a cell and the guy with you said, triple homicide. What are you in for?
Turtles. I don't know where he's picking these things up at, but there is
Turtle City
when
in
you're
New
going,
Jersey.
All right, but when you're going into Wildwood, right?
Yeah.
Like North Wildwood, because I ride my bike there all the time. They have all these turtle crossing signs, which is great.
Yes.
But there's a huge wall barrier that is in the middle of the road, and I'm like,
how do they clear that?
They don't.
Yeah,
they don't. Like, so if you clearly know that turtles are crossing here, why did you put up a wall for them to just get smashed by cars?
There's no opening in the wall?
None.
There's no sign. Turtles go through here.
No, and I don't think they can read.
No,
either.
that's.
Case, so these turtles are protected under New Jersey law and by an international treaty. They are not found in the wild in Pennsylvania, but where Summers resided, but they have a dwindling habitat range in neighboring New Jersey. So there are some in New Jersey, but it's completely legal. And this guy apparently he worked for numerous Republican candidates in Bucks County in recent years and was previously a reporter. He previously covered news for the Trentonian, Bucks County Courier-Times, and the News Network, and also wrote for LevittownNow.com between 2013 and 2014.
Not another turtle story, please.
Seriously.
I like turtles. Love them. That's that little kid grew up to be.
That's him.
Oh my God, it's him.
I love turtles. All that comes across my desk are goddamn turtle stories.
I'm telling you for years.
Couldn't you see the signs?
You interviewed me when I was a kid.
It was a cry for help. I was dressed as a zombie, and I said I love turtles. Why was no one listening?
Looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right. You're a great zombie. And
Oh my God. It's him. It's him later on in life. I love it.
It never stops.
But because my sons have been to dances, but without a date, and it's not odd. Like when I was in middle school, if you went by yourself, unless it was a dance where it's known, everybody just show up and we'll be at the school and we're having a party.
Right.
But for the most part, everybody went with a date.
Yeah, and you got, I mean, at least for me, you would get asked to go to the dance.
Your teacher would pick you up.
Stop it!
You ready to go, baby? Hey, look, I put some Tinker Toys in the back. Keep you occupied.
Let's go to Maureen. Hello, Maureen.
Our last song at our 8th grade dances was always Nights in White Satin.
Nights in White Satin? You have a bunch of
Yeah, how old are you?
Breathe deep, the gathering gloom.
Right.
Watch lights fade from every room.
Maureen, what did you do in the poetic portion of that song?
Bathroom break.
Sway back and forth.
They'd start crying.
Maureen, did you kiss anybody that night?
That's so long ago, I don't even remember.
All right. Well, thanks for your call. That means we appreciate it.
We did like the, the butt hold.
Oh my God!
The butt hold. Like if you were dating.
What did you do?
You said the butthole.
Butt hold.
Oh my God!
We would do the butthole. Do the butthole.
Everybody, now it's time to do the stuff with your butts.
You guys.
We're talking about backside stuff.
Casey nearly spit out all the soup.
I don't understand why you
In the
jumped up.
punch bowls, we have a whole bunch of lubricant. This should make it easier.
Kathy?
Do we have the hustle anywhere?
Yes.
Do the butthole.
Hold. I said hold.
It's not what it sounded like.
Butt hold.
One more butt.
You guys were advanced.
We did.
Butts in white sack.
Do the butthole.
Oh my
The
God.
youngsters are really enjoying their buttholes.
Do the butthole. Do the butthole. Okay, so you do the butthole.
I mean, never mind at this point.
Oh.
No, yes, if you were dating the guy you were dancing with, the guy would put his hands
to do the butthole now.
to the butthole.
And who's up for some old-fashioned finger blasting?
So wait a minute. Explain to me what the butthole is.
It's your
Yes,
Hang on,
the
I wanna
hands
hear
would
her.
be, instead of on the waist, they would just slide down a little bit and hold the girl's butt.
Grab the butt. Okay.
Were you constantly under the watchful eye of a proctor or somebody who was?
There was always teachers there, but I don't think it was as
They
strict.
couldn't see everything, right?
It wasn't as strict as the nuns watching at those dances. No,
why-
seriously.
But that's why the St. Kevin's dances were so great, because they were so crowded that, like, all right, you can't.
I'm too tired to worry about your buttholes.
The butthole.
You said the butthole. Somebody had sent me a listing for a home that's on sale in Maple Glen.
All the realtors are posting it on there.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 48 photos, and if you get to photo 31, you have to stop and go, wait a minute.
What is that?
What is that? So it's a beautiful home, by the way.
Beautiful.
And
What's
for
the style?
a decent price too. It's 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeously laid out. It's $750,000 for a home that looks like this. That seems like a pretty good price to me.
It actually does seem like a really good price.
Yeah.
But when you get to photo number 31, you realize that they have a bit of an S&M dungeon in their house.
But it's in like a beautifully.
Decorated
It's almost like an executive dungeon.
But I mean, it's decorated that way. Like, it's not just little things maybe in a box somewhere. No. They had things built in their basement.
Yes, and in fact, if you look at the bed, there are stocks.
Yes.
Like you would see when they would be punishing someone in the square where they have your head and your arms up in the stocks.
If you were a witch.
Yeah, exactly. And the bed has what appears to be, you can turn it into a cage if you want to.
It has bars.
There's also some sort of a rack in another picture that has all kinds of chains and leather and swinging things.
And is there
Wait a minute. You know what? Do we even know intern Mars's address? Is this her home possibly?
Is the Star of David? Is that a?
I don't know what that is.
That might be.
No, it's just a regular star.
It's wooden. Maybe those are little links on there that you can chain someone up to.
But when you see the picture of the front of the house, it's a beautiful
Oh my
brick
God.
house with a pretty red door.
Suburbia galore.
And then you get inside.
But even the chambers, it's like nice. It doesn't seem like a dungeon.
It's very, it's brightly
bright,
painted.
yeah.
It's well lit. It's very cozy. There's there. It looks like recessed lighting.
Listen, I'm sure they took out the clutter for the pictures.
Well, it's called 50 Shades of, right? Isn't it 50 Shades of Maple Glen?
Maple Glen, yeah.
Yeah.
Real estate agents.
Oh my God.
You know they've seen a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Would I want that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Why not?
Well, I'm just saying because
what are you going to get? They knock a couple grand off and take the S&M stuff out. Nah, play around with it. You never know. It might open up a whole world that you never knew even existed to you.
yeah, I'm just
This
thinking.
is Rochelle. We're going to have the PTA meeting over here tonight. Bring your bull whips and butt plug.
Have we talked about period parties before?
We have a while ago.
Okay.
Bert Kreischer.
Yes,
Really?
he brought them up.
Bert Kreischer had one for his daughter.
Oh,
which was awkward.
But they're like really they're ascending now in popularity.
Well, so much so that they're starting to take off in the UK. So the British mothers are starting to throw period parties for their daughters when they first menstruate.
Yeah, remember there was like an old commercial where it was when the girl got her period for the first time. It was like, let's go for ice cream. I forget what the commercial was, but it was like, let's celebrate. This was like when I was
Why
a
didn't
kid.
you run alongside the car?
I remember thinking, this is the worst day of my life.
When that happened?
Yeah, like
really?
I mean, you know what? Because I was a little bit older, so I understood it. I knew what was going on. I knew what the other kids were going through, and I was like, you know what? Like, if it doesn't have to happen, like I can wait.
You know how a good first one? Carrie. You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
She had. I think that the whole idea. I think actually is a good one. If for something that could be traumatic, that you could turn it into a plus. I mean, I
think it's cool.
Right?
I mean, listen, if you
or not a plus, but something that is something to be okay.
Well, you can now bear children. I mean, it's not that you want to.
Yeah.
It's 12 or 13 years old. Or
Hey,
however
Daddy,
it is, but no. But as in the in Game of Thrones, they call it your moon blood.
Your moon blood.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, but honestly, it is in one fell swoop, boom.
Kathy, you want a dip? Casey just asked me a dip over here.
Skull, miniature
thank you.
conscious? No,
No, no.
When you were doing traffic, you just hand like, here, you want one? I'm like, no.
She hasn't finished her absinthe yet. So
Okay.
No?
All right.
Oh my God.
Bizarre file time. We are ready. Let's go ahead and do it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, some stories to share. We'll start with this. Some people enjoy a drink or two while hanging out with their friends, but a group of American YouTubers' drunken antics at the night safari have made Singaporeans a little bit upset. The group known as Four Fun Guys on social media uploaded a TikTok video of their wild night out on October 26th. The clip surfaced on the video sharing platform last week. Four Funny Guys have over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, by the way. In the TikTok video, the young men are seen purchasing bottles of soju from a convenience store and then downing their drinks before they head to the night safari where they boarded the tram. Although it's not known what time they arrived at the park, the video caption said that one of the men, Johnny, jumped off the tram at 2 a.m. The group then wandered around on their own in a safari.
Yes.
And even entered an animal enclosure to pet a sleeping wallaby. One of the men also tried to lure a hyena with a potato chip. These friends may have had fun that night, but Netsians didn't seem too amused by what they did.
The hyena could have ripped them apart.
Mandai Wildlife Group said on Tuesday that the acts of trespassing and then intent to disrespect or endanger the animals are viewed seriously, and they have since lodged a police report. The group assured members of the public that the affected animals in the video are well and thanked Netsians for calling out the perpetrators online, as the actions in the video could lead to irresponsible behaviors that put perpetrators in danger, of course. In 2020, a 19-year-old had entered that same zoo, but at the rhino enclosure. No, this is at the Singapore Zoo, and then performed a backflip in front of the animals.
They're funny guys.
Isn't that fun? Yeah. And by the way, in Singapore, they don't mess around with you.
They do not.
Breaking the law.
They
dude.
caned a guy for gum.
Yeah. An Irish national is facing drug charges in Australia after allegedly importing about 4.5 ounces of cocaine inside 6 internally concealed Kinder Surprise capsules.
In the butt.
Yeah, and these are the Kinder Surprise milk chocolate eggs.
Yeah.
And inside of those are non-edible yellow capsules, which each contain a plastic toy.
Jeez.
The man was taken to a hospital for a CAT scan after he was stopped by the Australian Border Force when his baggage allegedly returned a positive result for the presence of cocaine.
Up my butt.
The 28-year-old later excreted the capsules containing the cocaine. Officials charged the man with importing a marketable quantity of border-controlled drug.
He also had a hyena up his ass, Preston.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Is that guy, he was coming from Singapore.
From Singapore.
Wow. A passenger on the surviving aircraft involved in a Gold Coast helicopter tragedy tried to alert their pilot of the incoming chopper seconds before its rotor hit the copter window.
Did you see the footage?
I did, yeah.
It is horrifying.
Oh, man.
New footage reveals a passenger in the back seat of the descending chopper repeatedly tapping the shoulder of pilot Michael James in an apparent panic, warning of the ascending helicopter that was moving toward it.
Yeah.
So he's like tapping the guy on the shoulder going, hey, There's a helicopter coming.
And the pilot is talking to the person next to him in I guess the passenger seat, which you'd call, and like pointing out things, and the guy's like,
Yeah.
How many survivors?
So in the helicopter where the footage was filmed, 5 people, including James, were injured by broken glass. 4 people died, and 3 others were seriously injured in the other helicopter. So in the one that you see the video footage of, they all lived.
Wow.
But the other people all died.
Because it broke off one of the blades.
The rotors, yeah. The descending chopper featured in the footage managed to land on the sandbank despite having major damage to its front windscreen, which is hit by the rotor of the other aircraft. The other SeaWorld chopper taking off plunged to the ground. Pilot Ashley Jenkinson, Ron and Diane Hughes, Vanessa Tedros all died in the collision. Tedros' 10-year-old son, Nicholas, was on life support. So, yeah, exactly.
Horrible.
It was a tragedy. All right, it's pretty messed up, too, man. Residents of a Colorado mountain town are struggling to coexist with mountain lions that have hunted more than a dozen of their pet dogs in the past 2 months.
Yeah.
Wildlife officials have received 10 reports of 12 dogs being killed or attacked in Nederland since November 1st, with one report involving 3 dogs. Nederland is nestled within the mountains of Colorado's Front Ridge.
So one cougar had a 3-dog night.
Yeah, there you go. In early December, pet owners were desperate for help after 9 dogs were killed or taken since August. Wildlife officials held community discussions to share tips on how to keep pets safe, but the attacks continued. Pet owners have logged encounters on a digital tracker cobbled together by locals that shows where and when the attacks or close calls have occurred, as well as the nature of the incidents.
Cougars are going to do that.
Some of the most recent entries describe mountain lions trying to snatch a dog off a porch, a lion killing 3 dogs despite the owner trying to defend them, 2 dogs disappearing one after another from the same area, and one particularly chilling entry said a mountain lion took a 100-pound Doberman and took the dog over a fence in the evening. So they're powerful creatures.
Nederland is a really cool little town in Colorado, and they have this thing every year called Frozen Dead Guy Days, and there's a whole backstory behind it, but basically they celebrate Frozen Dead Guy. There's Frozen Dead Guy ice cream. There used to be this dude who was on display. There was like this cryogenic story that's attached to it. Yeah, and so they have that every year, and so if you're ever in Nederland, look out for the mountain lions, but check out Frozen Dead Guy.
All right,
Maybe they can feed the live feeding frozen dead guys, and they won't mess with the dogs.
He's just sitting there.
Yeah.
All right, one last story. This is in England. A family were stunned to find a fox with just 2 legs in their garden.
A fox?
Yeah. Now listen, I saw a picture of this thing. It only has its front 2 legs. It does a handstand.
No way.
Essentially.
Freaking you out, aren't I?
It's crazy,
I
man.
look like a little furry man, don't I?
Well, you've got really strong arms.
I know I do.
Phil and Jane Carter from...
I do reverse curls and preacher bench.
Phil and Jane Carter from Lykeston in Derbyshire often get visited by foxes, and this one stayed for about 45 minutes. Mr. Carter said, "My wife shouted, 'Quick, grab your phone. We've got a 2-legged fox on the lawn.'"
I mean, it looks like a reverse wallaby, essentially.
Yeah.
He said
That's what people have said.
We had about 5 minutes of it going around the lawn, smelling and picking up some meat, and then off it went like a rocket. Do you often go and pick up some strange in the wallaby community?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They're like, oh, can I? Yeah, well, let's, why don't we go up to my apartment?
Yeah.
Take a look at my etchings.
Your etchings?
Yeah.
Okay. A spokesperson for Derbyshire Wildlife Trust said that we've never seen anything like this in the wild before, but the animal looks relatively healthy and appears to have adapted to life on 2 legs.
Using the tail as a counterbalance.
Yeah. It's awesome. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, as we break, I remind you that when we return, lesson question is up. We'll get some...
Beautifully... It's almost like an executive dungeon.
But I mean, it's decorated that way. Like, it's not just little things maybe in a box somewhere. No. They had things built in their basement.
Yes, and in fact, if you look at the bed, there are stocks.
Yes.
Like you would see when they would be punishing someone in the square where they have your head and your arms up in the stocks.
If you were a witch.
Yeah, exactly. And the bed has what appears to be, you can turn it into a cage if you want to.
It has bars.
There's also some sort of a rack in another picture that has all kinds of chains and leather and swinging things.
And is there
Wait a minute. You know what? Do we even know intern Mars's address? Is this her home, possibly?
Is the Star of David? Is that a?
I don't know what that is.
That might be.
No, it's just a regular star.
It's wooden. Maybe those are little links on there that you can chain someone up to.
But when you see the picture of the front of the house, it's a beautiful brick house with a pretty red door.
Suburbia galore.
And then you get inside.
But even the chambers, it's like nice. It doesn't seem like a dungeon.
It's brightly
bright,
painted.
yeah.
It's well lit. It's very cozy. There's there. It looks like recessed lighting.
Listen, I'm sure they took out the clutter for the pictures.
Well, it's called 50 Shades of, right? Isn't it 50 Shades of Maple Glen?
The Maple Glen, yeah.
Yeah.
Real estate agents.
Oh my God.
You know they've seen a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Would I want that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Why not?
Well, I'm just saying because
what are you going to get? Knock a couple grand off and take the S&M stuff out. Nah, play around with it. You never know. It might open up a whole world that you never knew even existed to you.
Yeah, I'm just
This
thinking.
is Rochelle. We're going to have the PTA meeting over here tonight. Bring your bull whips and butt plug.
Have we talked about period parties before?
We have a while ago.
Okay.
Bert Kreischer.
Yes,
Really?
he brought them up.
Bert Kreischer had one for his daughter.
Oh, okay.
Which was awkward.
But they're like really they're ascending now in popularity.
Well, so much so that they're starting to take off in the UK. So the British mothers are starting to throw period parties for their daughters when they first menstruate.
Yeah, remember there was like an old commercial where it was when the girl got her period for the first time. It was like, let's go for ice cream. I forget what the commercial was, but it was like, let's celebrate. This was like when I was
Why
a
didn't
kid.
you run alongside the car?
I remember thinking, this is the worst day of my life.
When that happened?
Yeah, like
really?
I mean, you know what? Because I was a little bit older, so I understood it. I knew what was going on. I knew what the other kids were going through, and I was like, you know what? Like, if it doesn't have to happen, like I can wait.
You know how a good first one? Carrie. You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
She had. I think that the whole idea. I think actually is a good one. If for something that could be traumatic, that you could turn it into a plus. I mean, I
think it's cool.
Right?
I mean, listen, if you
or not a plus, but something that is something to be okay.
Well, you can now bear children.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not that you want to.
Yeah.
At 12 or 13 years old, or
Hey,
however
Daddy,
it is, but no. But as in the in Game of Thrones, they call it your moon blood.
Your moon blood.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but honestly, it is in one fell swoop, boom. You're a woman now.
Yeah.
You know? And so there is no equivalent for boys. You know what I mean? It's not like we go to sleep one night and then we wake up and boom, we have pubes.
Yeah.
You know, like
it's a pube party.
it's
a boner party.
Boner party.
But you're getting babies. I mean, it's the truth. It's a biological thing. It happens.
What did you just say?
I said I had, like, as if I'm the only guy here. No, we all got boners when we were
You can have boners in the womb.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You
can. Fetuses have boners.
Yes, there's proof. What? Picture proof.
Let's continue talking about hygiene.
Please.
But
we all need it.
In a different orifice, we'll talk about your mouth.
Oh, I thought you were going just on flipping us over.
Oh, the butt. No, we're not going to talk about
We'll go from butt to mouth.
We could. I mean, I'm sure we could find something.
I like that sense that the mouth, that the toothpaste and everything's been rinsed out and washed out, and whatever I've dislodged is out.
I haven't gone to the dentist in over a year.
Oh.
I knew you were going to find that repulsive, Kathy.
Oh, probably so gross.
I had an appointment, and then something came up.
Something suddenly came up.
And then I had to cancel the appointment, and I never rescheduled it, and I just got lazy.
And it usually they have a long wait usually.
And I don't like going to the dentist.
Even
I
just
like
for a
my
clean?
dentist a lot. He's a really nice guy. What's that?
Even just for a cleaning?
No, because it's never just a cleaning. It's always, what's this? Or, let me pick at that for a minute. Or here, we need to take some more pictures. Shove these uncomfortable things in your mouth and bite down for a little while.
Here, put these wax lips in.
I hate that. I hate that. I hate the x-rays. Ugh.
I love going because I don't have a lot of but I don't have
because
Kathy,
they make
when
compliments.
She smiles.
She likes to go
Everyone,
anywhere.
come in here quickly. Look at these beautiful teeth. It's not enough that she has a perfect vagina.
No, I like the feeling that my teeth are that clean, as you can imagine.
No kidding. You have beautiful teeth.
Hey, Kathy has the perfect mouth, the perfect vagina. Do we assume that the other one is perfect too?
I can only assume it. Her proctologist is doing backflips.
Yeah. Has anybody ever commented on your butthole? They've commented on every other orifice.
Oh my God!
Look at this thing. It's unbelievable.
I like how you pointed at it when you told Red my butt.
Did she?
Yeah. My butthole. This? My butthole, Preston? Is that what you're talking about? My perfect butthole?
We have to do something now.
Oh.
All right. It's a little thing that we put together that's going to involve you having to put on a blindfold because we have a mystery guest.
Mystery guest!
Okay.
I love mystery
Perhaps
good.
the most mysterious mystery guest of ever.
Really?
Yes. We won't go any further than say that. You think you'll get it?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So we need you to put on your blindfold, please.
All right. Take those glasses off.
All right, hang on.
All righty.
Yay. So.
All right. So again, so one more time, repeat.
All right.
We're playing 100 questions.
215.
No, 20 questions.
215-263 WMMR, the number, by the way.
This is 20 questions for Preston, and it's questions 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, and 16 through 20.
All right.
And then not at all.
All right.
Is the person in the room now?
No. In fact, if we could bring our mystery guest into the room.
I am blindfolded. I can't see anything.
I always get nervous when we do mystery guest. I don't know why.
It's always hard to get somebody to agree to this.
Yeah.
Because, how are you?
It is hard to get somebody to agree to do it, and then sometimes we'll eat up half the interview trying to figure out who the hell it is.
Right.
All right.
If they've only got like a 10-minute window. So,
all right, so
if this person is here, then they have more time than that, which is good.
They're here, and we will be able to spend some time after Preston, which is good news. Okay, so I'm going to use the high-pitch process to hide this voice, which I think we'll do a nice masking job. So we're going to begin, Preston. Again, yes or no. And you're going to have enough time to sort of narrow it down and ask our mystery guest your first question.
Okay. Have we ever met in person before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you live in and around the Philadelphia area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a public figure?
No.
No. Oh, wow. Okay.
Wait 1 second.
Wait, was that Steve?
That was Steve. With the processor obviously still on.
People.
Ask that question again.
Are you a public figure?
Yes.
And, we're just the setup program for the real entertainment. As Pierre Robert comes in a little while, takes you through
the showgram.
The showgram will hopefully get to the latter portion of your day and lead you into the weekend. So he'll be along in a little while. And we give away that Word of the Week prize. We're going to give away something else now, though. We do have 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Wings home opener, Saturday, January 14th, Wells Fargo Center. Question that we pose to you now is, Bessie Hendricks, who was born in 1907, had to live through the Depression and World War II, but also was lucky enough to watch what TV show? 215-263-WMMR. Bessie Hendricks, most recently the oldest woman in America, just passed away, lived through the Depression, World War II, but was also lucky enough to watch which TV show that we talked about. 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories while we're waiting for that call. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Simon Cowell revealing that he was recently offered his own talk show, but had to turn it down. Excuse me. Cowell says after countless facelifts, he can no longer speak and can only yodel. So.
Hey!
And Todd Crisley of Crisley Knows Best says he's tired of people assuming he is gay. Said Crisley, people are so programmed that they won't even consider another explanation as to why so many men have completed in my mouth.
Whoa! My God.
And finally, according to a new report from All About Cats, get this, Taylor Swift's Scottish fold cat Olivia is worth $97 million. The cat could reportedly be worth more, but lost millions from a greenie addiction.
We are looking for an answer to this question. Bessie Hendricks, who was born in 1907, had to live through the Depression, World War II, and other things, but she also was able to watch what television show? 215-263-WMMR. It is Joey that we go to. Joey, good morning.
Durka.
Yeah.
All right, Joey, do me a favor. Tell me what show she was able to watch.
It was the A-Team.
The A-Team. That is correct.
Durka.
One moment, Joey. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to the Philadelphia Wings home opener Saturday, January 14th, Wells Fargo Center. You can be there for all the hard-hitting lacrosse action and affordable family fun. Get your tickets now at wingslax.com. Music news. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, let's begin with the lead singer of the band Alien Ant Farm. Singer Drayden Mitchell has been charged with battery.
Uh-oh.
But listen to this, okay? It was for touching his crotch with a fan's hand. So the alleged incident happened while the band was performing their hit cover of Smooth Criminal in Fort Lauderdale. Although the incident happened months ago, charges were just filed on December 30th. It was reported that Mitchell grabbed the hand of a 45-year-old male fan and placed it onto his crotch while performing. The fan pulled his hand away. So in Smooth Criminal, Michael's
does it constantly.
He's yanking on his junk through the whole video. And I think that's probably what he was doing.
If someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
A police report read the lead singer of the Alien Ant Farm band, Drayden Mitchell, was on stage in front of the victim, stated that he had his fist in the air and was trying to get a picture with Mitchell. The victim advised that Mitchell grabbed his fist while it was in the air and pulled the fist into his private area against his pants. The victim stated that he immediately pulled his hand away at that point.
So seems kind of...
He's suing him for battery. So I
mean,
think
maybe it's a money grab. I don't know.
Maybe. Or
From Alien Ant Farm.
From Alien Ant Farm,
The Weird Jets.
Wow. All right. Nirvana, Hearts, Ann Wilson, and Nancy Wilson, The Supremes, Nile Rodgers, Slick Rick, Ma Rainey, and Bobby McFerrin would be honored as the 2023 Grammys Special Merit Award honorees. The Recording Academy will host a special merit award ceremony in February prior to the live telecast event. So these are the other categories that they don't televise.
Do we have any indication as to, because they do the post-Grammy An Evening With, or they just did Paul Simon, they've done the Bee Gees, they've done a few artists where they concentrate like 2 hours of an honor, through musical performance. Have they mentioned who's going to be the recipient of that honor?
I think they have, and I have completely forgotten who it was because I remember us.
It's Alien Ant Farm, isn't it?
I remember us commenting on it recently, and I don't recall who it was, unfortunately. But dude, I would love to get Bobby McFerrin. I think he's from Philly.
You rave on him all the time.
Man, he's. The Don't Worry, Be Happy song obviously was his hit, but as a jazz vocalist, the guy is incredible. He has perfect pitch. He can sing any note, and he does all these amazing harmonies. He's just an astounding musician.
He tours, and Preston, I think you and I were talking about this 2 or 3 years ago, pre-pandemic, because he was doing something at one of the local theaters, and we were trying to get him in, and there was like a scheduling conflict or whatever. But I think he's worked. I don't think he's from here, but I think he spent a lot of time working here over the years.
I'd heard he lived here. At one point.
Yeah,
he shared a place with Bob Marley.
Yeah, right.
It was Delaware.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. But anyway, someday maybe. Bono has added 3 new dates to his ongoing Stories of Surrender book tour. The newly announced stops are set for May 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 8th. At Manhattan's Beacon Theater, so it's going to continue to be there. Debbie Harry, Dolly Parton, Belinda Carlisle, Cyndi Lauper announced the upcoming group collaboration on a new single called Gonna Be You, and it's from the new film 80 for Brady.
Okay.
The song, which was released on January 20th, will be released on January 20th, was written by Oscar, Grammy, and Emmy award-winning songwriter Diane Warren.
So this is a movie about the collection of older women who are huge Tom Brady fans.
Jane Fonda, Lily Tomlin, Rita Moreno, and Sally Field are the older ladies.
Right.
That are fans of his, yes. And so it's called 80 for Brady. And I think they try to get to the Super Bowl.
I think that's the case,
something
yeah.
like that. So that's pretty cool that Debbie Harry, Dolly Parton, Belinda Carlisle, Cyndi Lauper are all on this collaboration on the one song.
Debbie Harry, by the way, just in movies, has had some parts, and she's a good actress.
Yeah, I agree. Yep. All right, and then finally, it was 50 years ago today that Carly Simon scored her sole chart topper to date when You're So Vain hit #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 for the first 3 weeks. The song, which was produced by Richard Perry and included on Simon's 1972 third album, No Secrets, featured solo Beatles sideman Klaus Voormann, playing the distinctive bass part, Jim Gordon from Derek and the Dominoes on drums, and Jimmy Ryan on guitars, and Mick Jagger does the background vocals on this.
So it sparks one of the great rock and roll questions of all time. Who is the subject?
Yep.
And I've heard everything from Warren Beatty to Mick Jagger.
Well, she had refused to say publicly who exactly her Sylvain was written about throughout the years, and sometimes said that it was a composite of several different men. She confirmed that the second verse was indeed about Warren Beatty.
All right.
But not the entire song. So she's taken other people as references
Bobby
for this,
McFerrin.
too.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I mean, a few years ago, didn't she offer it up as a...
She did. 50th,
Okay.
Somebody had a winning bid. It was NBC's Dick Ebersol, actually, had the winning bid of $50,000, and he learned the secret, but was sworn to secrecy by Simon as part of the deal.
That's pretty cool. Can we auction off secrets?
Yeah, right?
When somebody tells you, hey, this is a secret, do you have to, you go, am I allowed to tell my wife, though?
That's the way I approach it. My wife is, if I'm being told a secret, my wife will know it as well.
Yeah, if you're telling me something, Rochelle's going to know.
But what if somebody says, this is a secret,
And
you can't even tell your wife?
Then I don't want to hear it.
You say, yeah, sure, no problem.
Yeah. On the rarest of occasions. If it might be something that is a bit much for Rochelle,
Right.
or
your other family
would be embarrassing, or if she found out about my other family, I share the really juicy stuff with them.
I told Casey a secret yesterday,
and I asked,
and the first thing he said was, "Can I tell my wife?" And I said, "Not yet, but eventually."
Did you not tell your wife?
I didn't tell her.
Oh,
Have you, in general, I'm holding on to two secrets that I will never betray unless.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What are they?
I can't tell you. One involves an elk.
Oh.
Are they about people?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Kathy.
Yeah.
Nick told me this secret,
I know the secret.
and he didn't tell you.
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you today?
Oh, yesterday.
Okay.
He told me
He
first.
told me first.
Don't tell Casey that I lied to him about keeping a secret.
I told Casey not to tell Kathy. And then I'm going to tell Preston and Steve shortly. And then I'm going to tell Marissa.
America.
And then I'm going to tell Chuck.
And then one day seemed like 3 days.
But I'm never going to tell Bill. Bill's never going to know.
You know what? You should take him out to a nice dinner.
Where should we go?
Someplace in Maine, in Wayne. Or Maine.
If he likes Rosalie.
Somewhere in Maine.
Yeah.
Bar Harbor.
Yeah.
Somewhere
Take him to
around
the
that
Trenton
range.
Lobster Pound.
Yeah. All right, that's it in music news. We have one final break to take. Let's do that very thing. We'll return and give away that Word of the Week prize that hopefully you've been collecting the letters for, so stay with us. Wait, where's my...
Wait, what? Huh?
Hang on.
What's going on?
Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. How about if I hit this button?
Seriously?
Nothing's happening.
There it is.
There it is. Okay.
Huh.
We'll be back in a minute. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
So you're a man. Steve just said he, by the way, so I got that.
Oh, man.
Ooh, little one out of the way. Are you in... is your profession in journalism?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Do you appear regularly on television?
Yes.
All right, wait. That's 5 questions. Do you have a guest real quick?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Matt O'Donnell.
No.
Wow, okay. All right. Did I get the wrong network and piss somebody off?
No. You're good. We wouldn't do that to you.
All right.
Mike Monsel's on line 4.
Let me tell you, your mystery guest is very good natured. He's smiling. So
Okay. All right. So it's not Matt. It's someone I've met in person before. They're on TV. Journalism.
You can ask more questions.
I'm going to. I'm just trying to figure out where that might lead me in my next question. Would we consider ourselves, or do you consider me a friend of yours?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you from an island nation?
Yes.
It's Vi. It's okay, Emma, right? No!
Oh,
Really?
God, you're getting there so close.
Oh man, who else? Who the hell else is from an island nation?
you can think broader. This person may be, I think, more famous than you're thinking.
Oh, wait a minute. Shane Victorino?
No. All right.
Good guess, though.
That's 6.
That's not a nation, but it's an island.
So
and
now-
we have played golf together, so
Question number 11, Preston.
Yeah, I'm.
Expand your search.
Yeah.
entertainment-wise.
Yeah. I'll, they live in and around the Philadelphia area. Entertainment-wise, journalism, television, island.
There are some people who do it all.
Who do it all.
No more.
Oh, okay. So, are you a musician?
Yes.
Oh. Wow. What's your name? No. You're a musician. Oh my God. I should know this, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
Everyone here is smiling because you know once you know you. Okay.
Yeah. Do we play your music on MMR?
Yes.
Wow. Do you play drums?
Yes.
Wow.
And we're friends. We're considered friends.
We're friends.
This person's gonna kill me. Are you black?
Yes.
And I still don't know who it is.
What a waste of a question.
Well, I'm trying to, More famous than I have been leading on to. We're considered friends.
I mean, if I were to liken this person, I'm just going to give you a little help.
Okay.
It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife of capabilities here.
This person's gonna kill me.
I thought you'd be better at this, Preston.
Dude, I suck at this. I'm good at getting answers.
All right, well,
Apparently, I'm good at getting yes answers.
You've got nothing
I haven't
but
gotten
yeses.
any no answers yet.
Honestly, which should kind of lead you to, oh my God.
Oh, Steve.
What?
Some people texting in are starting to get it.
Okay.
Really?
All right.
Well, it's not Questlove because we're not friends.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Another guess? I mean, another
question. I guess. Yeah, but what's going to help narrow it down? That's the thing that I'm trying to.
Maybe other
Trying to get to.
capabilities, other talents.
Okay. Yeah, but what? Do you like to eat?
Yes.
All right. Do you cook? I mean, like, would people know you for your cooking?
Yes.
Really? Jesus, none of this is helping me.
Why are you
don't know the
wasting-
cooking drummer?
I mean, honestly, I
journalist
thought
drummer.
by this time.
I know.
But keep going.
The island cooking journalist drummer.
How could you? I mean, come on.
Black
How can I
journalist
not?
drummer.
How can I not get it?
Yes.
You are on the film board. I'm going to help you with that.
Oh my God, you're right. Okay, I am on the film board. You're an actor as well? Are you an actor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia actor, black drummer.
You have 3 questions left, Russ.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll give you another hint. It's the person who texted in Black Tommy Lee. That's wrong.
It's not Black Tommy
Oh, that
Lee.
helps
Yeah.
a lot. Acting. Dude, I'm drawing a blank.
Are you giving up?
No.
Ask a few more.
Okay.
Maybe some projects or styles of acting roles, movies.
You guys are just trying to give this away, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I
not
know
helping me.
he's dying because I know Preston knows it, but he just go ahead.
Acting roles. Do you do? Are you mainly known for comedy acting?
Yes.
Really? It didn't help.
Dude, we didn't even use a voice processor there. Did that give it away?
Tried to help him,
Did you hear the voice?
He's gonna know.
It didn't give it away. No, it didn't give it away.
Oh, man.
Don't use the voice processor. Do you have a new movie coming out soon?
Yes.
Last question, Preston.
Oh man, you got it.
On 93.3 WMMR. Hopefully that's not the story of your weekend, my worst enemy. It is 10:32, and we're coming to the end of the program today. By the way, weather-wise, going up to about 50 degrees today. The clouds are the order of the day, so no vision of the sun expected, but it's not going to be crazy cold. Partly cloudy tomorrow, high 46, and then the coldest day of the week is Sunday with a high 43. We'll be back up into the upper 40s. By the time we start the next week, which is really cool. So good stuff.
Yesterday was not. I thought it was going to be nicer than it was. Like it was warmer.
It was
but,
comfortable.
Yeah,
It was
but there,
a little raw.
No sun.
Yeah, and I got a little bit of passing short, quick showers
Yeah,
and sprinkles
little
and stuff.
sprinkle.
But wasn't that great?
There was a rainbow over Plymouth meeting yesterday, though. So
Really?
I did see that. Yeah.
For just a moment?
Yeah, just a moment. Like maybe around
Double rainbow. Oh my God.
3:30-ish, 3:30-ish.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you could see it over the Metroplex.
Well, there's that. That's that guy, right?
Whoa! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
That was the best. Yeah. Come on. Yeah.
Oh wow!
We used to have that.
So great.
What does it all mean? Doesn't he say that?
Yeah, no, we don't have that.
What does it all mean?
Correct me if I'm wrong, and not to bring it down, but didn't that guy pass
He
away?
did, and it was on a day. Yeah, it was a day or time where several other people of note also passed away.
Right,
It was right around a time where, sadly, his story kind of got
Pushed
short shrift.
aside,
Yeah. Yeah, it was he was a joyous person.
You hope to have moments like that where you're just so overwhelmed and happy about something.
Double rainbow.
Beautiful.
Oh my God.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow, so we welcome Pierre Robert, our double rainbow kind of guy.
I am your double rainbow.
How you doing, man?
Fine, thank you.
Wonderful.
How are you kids?
Doing well.
Marvelous.
Yeah.
Tired.
Tell me a secret, Steve.
Secret? Oh. I can't tell. I promised never to betray it.
all
Yeah.
right. Okay, just checking.
All right. You got any secrets you want to share?
I do.
Okay.
I think you would keep a secret.
I actually can, but almost no one does. As soon as you tell someone, okay, I'll tell you this, but you can't tell anyone, okay? And they always nod, yes, and they're curious. And then I told somebody back in high school something, and it took me 4 years to find out the very next day he told my other best friend.
Well, yeah, because whoever you're telling has somebody that they can trust that they're going to tell.
Right.
And then that person has someone that they can trust that they're
Right,
going to tell.
right.
And it's
It's a marvelous chain of deception.
Yeah.
But it's innocent enough. I mean, it's not ill-intentioned.
As long as I present the caveat, I will, whatever you tell me, Claire will know as
Yes.
well. And
I
that's
think that's good.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
That's
All
it.
right.
Nice. All right. We need the letter of the day to give away the prize if you're ready.
That's my secret.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the daily letter.
What's the letter, Pierre?
E as in Earth.
All right. E is in Earth.
Secret Earth.
Should have a 4-letter. Wait. Yeah. Didn't we start on Tuesday? This week?
Yeah. 4
Should have
letters.
God, this week is dragged on. 215-263 WMMR. We'll take call number 9, and we'll see if you happen to know the answer. Or the word, and we have a great prize to give away this week, which is pretty cool. Very good. What's happening for our Friday edition of the show?
Well, it's the beginning of Philly Loves Bowie Week, which has started a couple of years back and was a little quiet during the pandemic, and now it's back in full bloom.
Are you participating a lot?
I would like to make at least one of the events.
Yeah.
They go for a while. And there's different things at different places in different ways, and they're all really cool.
Did you ever meet Bowie?
I did, yeah.
Oh my God.
Never interviewed him though, right?
I did interview him.
Oh, okay.
Twice, actually. I had he was doing the Giant tour, his last huge stadium tour, where he descended out of the ceiling on a chair in a wireless microphone at Vet Stadium. And Bubba John and I talked that up for 25 minutes because the lights went down and we were covering it live. And Bubba afterwards said to me, that was a 25-minute break. I go, I don't care. We covered the concert.
Right.
And Peter Frampton was his guitarist on that tour.
So he was also the guitarist on the Glass Spider tour.
That is the tour I'm talking about.
Oh, is that because that
was his last giant stadium production tour.
That's when he did Heroes up on a giant, it was like angel wings come up out from behind him, and he's on that spider configuration. Right. It was one of the most incredible concert moments of my life.
The kickoff or the announcement of the tour happened in Philadelphia because he was good friends with Larry Maggot of Electric Factory, and Philly was almost his favorite place to play. And so we went and covered the event live on my show. And I kept chasing after the publicist, and invariably a publicist has a clipboard, and they're annoying.
Yeah.
No, you can't. No, stay away. And then finally she said to me, you can have him from the 10-yard line to the 30-yard line. It was on the football field at that stadium.
Right.
And I got him in motion as he was walking from one place to another. I got a good minute and a half with him. It was very personal. And he said, I must tell you, Pierre, that's the best interview I've ever done.
You've been places no one else has ever gone.
Yeah, you really have.
Yeah.
Then I actually got a satellite thing with him once. So there you go.
That's cool. That's awesome.
All right. Sure. He remembered it till his dying day.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. That was his last thoughts.
All right.
God, I'm going to miss Pierre. David Bowie in a workforce block. AC/DC for Malcolm Young's birthday and Bad Company. A request for that. And a $50 gift certificate to the Woodstock Trading Company. All coming your way.
Excellent. We're going to go to caller number 9. It's Tim. Hey, Tim. Good morning.
Good morning, you guys. Rock.
Oh, thanks, Tim. So what's our word of the week, bud?
The word is time.
TikTok.
That is correct, sir. Tim, you're going to go to every single concert this summer at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, my man. Oh, wait. Hang on. We couldn't hear you. What's that?
That's great. Thank you, guys.
You bet. All right.
Really meant was, oh my God, that's so amazing. I don't even know where to start. I'm going to start crying. Wait till I tell my friends who's going to go with me. It's going to be the best time ever. Oh, that show. Oh my God, it is amazing. Preston and Steve, you're the best. God, you're best. You're so good. I can't believe it. All the good things. Honey, did you hear that? Oh my God, MMR is the best. President, I pissed myself. I was just like,
We just got 5 new clips.
Yeah.
How about that? That guy was excited.
that was the winner we hoped to get.
Yeah, well, we got that guy.
And that guy, I'm sure that guy is very excited.
Maybe he did all that in the time he wasn't potted up.
Probably.
I didn't have his channel on.
Yeah.
So a pair of lawn
lost my
passes
voice.
for the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion Summer Concert Season 2023. Lawn Pass gives the fans guaranteed access to over 30 of this summer's most incredible concerts on sale now while supplies last. At lawnpass.livenation.com.
First up, I'd like the I pissed myself to put
Yeah, we need that one. So the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', also by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Trinity Rehab, locations all over and now open in King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, we are going to talk to Tommy Davidson, comedian Andrew Collin, let's see, and someone named Jade McLeod, who is from the Jagged Little Pill live stage show.
Yes, Marissa saw it.
Jade will be here in our studio.
Very cool.
So we'll have some other guests and things to talk about and stuff to give away next week. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend. We'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.